If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 14th of March 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today. We are at Rosehill Gardens today, which is in New South Wales, and there are 10 races. The Coolmore Classic is here today, one of the most prestigious races. So we've got a few Group 1, Group 2, Group 3 races here at Rosehill Garden. About the track, this track is kind of I don't know what to talk about this track, because every time we tried racing here, it always backfired, because either it rained or the races were cancelled or something on those lines happened. So I personally never had an opportunity of doing all the races that were there for that particular day here. I don't remember that I've been able to complete all the races because of the unforeseen reasons. Either it is the climate or something else that went wrong. But that's part of the story. And this track, we have a partial picture of this track, and the thing is, the straight to the finishing post from the last bend, which is about here, is about 400 meters. So the track structure is good. It's one of the most prominent tracks in New South Wales. It provides approximately 30% to 30% approximately of the odds. So we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. If we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses or better situations somewhere else, we often highlight those. So that's more or less what we do. We'll take a look at the first one today, which is a benchmark 72. But before we go there, today the thing is, I'm going to be removing few of the columns which are there, which has been there because for our reference, how things are working. So if you have not followed those, we will talk about those, and we will start removing the columns that are there and not necessary, because we have actually moved on from there. So we will do that today. First, we'll take a look at the odds. 2518 has been scratched. (14, 12, 3 and 13). 14, 12, 3 and 13. So this is the first one. Now we know how the quant works, right? So those are the top promotions which are there, out of which 3 is 1 there. But now the point is, even with the promotions, or from where they were and where they are today, whatever the expected things are through the DICR, if we look at, so they kind of lacks the form line, okay? But where it ends, it probably ends here, which is at 9, okay? It ends here at 9. Is it a good match? Probably not. Then it is, this one is bad, this 7. They're like that. Then it is them, out of which this one is the favorite. This is here. The match probably is not great. Probably is not great. 14 is here. 13 is also the same thing. But here it is higher. Here it is higher. It goes 11. That's a neutral. 29, 30, 31, 9. And they are there. 12. Probably not. This is also dicey. So here is the thing, okay? I mean, if we look at the odds and how the thing has been laid out. So first of all, this please consider this as a proposal from the house which has been made, and my assumption is this, that this horse, which is 14, is favorite because of JMac riding it. All right. So that's the fact that JMac is riding. It is from gate number 1. If we look at how things are, that's the lowest here, but this is the first one. Okay, that's anyway. There's a huge advantage on that horse. 3 is the other one, which is anyway the EW up here. So those are low pressure horses, and I think for a 1200 meters, since we have only 1, 2, and 3 pressure horses, and the rest of them are all low pressure horse, so probably JMac has an advantage on this horse, probably, but that is because of quite a few factors which are playing here. First of all, is that's one of the lowest pressure. This is, and the 3, they have the same pressure line. Okay, this one and this one. The difference is 3 is a higher class. This is not. Okay, this is on a lower class. But the form line is very good on 14. Plus, it is going to come from gate number 1. With JMac on it, so there's a lot of positives on this horse. Having said that, you also have to understand that this is going to be a 1200 meter race, which means that there's going to be a little bit of front running, and which front running as in, like, there's going to be pace in this race. This is 1200 meter JMac on it. With this, essentially is a front runner. It should be taking the front and run from the gates. That's what this horse is designed to do. This is a front runner. Okay. Now, how things can go wrong on this horse. Okay. How things can go wrong. So this thing can work with two different ways. If JMac is on this and with a low pressure front runner, 1200 meter, it's like on a pace model. So that has the advantage. Okay. But will that win depends on a lot of other conditions as well. Primarily the ground is soft right now, and their management is also like that. So there's a lot of hope on this horse. I would like to put it that way, that there's a lot of hope on this horse. And the arrangements are right. There's nothing to negotiate on this. It's gate number 1, lowest pressure line, JMac on board. Should be able to do it, but there are other horses that can actually put a lot of threat into this. Especially, the 13 doesn't have a form line, okay? Plus, there are other things which are also missing on 13. So 13 probably is not in a position to beat 14 at this point of time. But checks are definitely 7. 7 is a check which can actually topple things off, because if we look at 9, the 9 probably is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 8. Difficult. The match is also a little difficult on its own, but that 7 remains a check. I'm not going to get into this one. This one is a little too much for me. There are plenty of horses. This is the first one. We'll take a look at what's happening and what's not happening. So now we'll talk about this, that we know this is the highest. When we do this, this is where they're coming from. This is what they're expected. And when we do the quant, it calculates all that. This is the lowest where they're coming from, and that is the highest. So they're coming from lowest to highest. This is where they're coming from, and this is expected where they're going. So that's how the quant works. So I'm going to remove this particular channel so that we have a little space. And we will remove a few more today. We'll see how we can do that. So 14 is the favorite, looks good. Everything is in place from gate number 1. But how it'll work is difficult to understand. I'm not going to get into it. Don't consider that as an EW. It is not an EW. It's a threat which is there. They are also bleeding 80%. But that's more or less what we have. The top class horses, starting from here till here, they have nothing in them. 9 has a little bit of light, but the match is not good. Then it falls here, which is, okay. This is here on the 3rd line. Match is good, but they're bleeding 80%. So probably not a great arrangement, or nothing cannot be believed with 80% bleeding. Though their thing is better than 14. The match is better than 14. Okay. Then we have this one, which is a 6-year-old gelding coming from gate number 18. Very difficult proposition. I don't know how that'll work. 11 is a 7-year-old. Then 14 is better. So apart from the fact that the 9 and the 7, they exist in some way, 9 probably is not going to put that threat today. Not a great match, not happening. Where it can go wrong is this, that if I mean, it's been a long time we've raced here. Where it can go wrong is this, that the 13 doesn't have the physics to win anyways. 12 is going to run neutral if the 9 kicks in because of the physics. And if we look at that, then it is here, then it drops, it is on the third line. So yes, so if that happens, then it is 9 because of the physics. So there are threats. It's not a clean race. You can see how this thing has been laid out. There's a lot of stuff going on at the same time. Will that work? Will that not work? Is a lot of question. 9 is on the third line. Should with a class, it's a much higher class than 14, and that's the pressure line. So 9, if it gets in, it gets in. Okay, we'll see how that works. Jimmy, welcome back, bro. Lightning, welcome back, Lightning. The problem. Okay. I probably, we probably are not going to get the, um, I'm not sure yet, but I think we will not be able to get the stream today, the live feed. We're not giving it. Okay, no, I think I'll be able to get it, but I'm going to put the the audio. This stream, this live feed is a little tricky. I'm not sure how they're going to behave, because every live feed that I'm using, they are blocking me in some way or the other. So I'm going to put the audio on when the races they start, and I'm going to put the replay. I hope that solves a lot of problem, because anyways, what is happening for the last few days or last few months is it's becoming a very big challenge to get the feed. And honestly, I don't own the feeds. Legally, it is with the broadcasters and the racing authorities. I do not have the ownership of the feed. I was trying to use it as a fair use, but it looks like they don't want that to happen. We'll see how that. I mean, this is where I stand at this point of time. I'm helpless. In India, we don't have those feeds anymore because of the regulations which has happened. So in India, we don't get those feeds. The other feeds that I'm trying to arrange are from overseas. They have their own regulations, and it'll be very risky for us to use their feed live. So I'm going to be putting them on as the audio, and then the replay I'll put on. I'll try to do that. Stretch 1, 13, 12, and 14. 1, 13, 12, and 14. 1. Yes, those are there, bro, but the problem is you have to have a lot of courage to do that. I don't have those, and that's the highest quant. But please remember, the quant is only going to show where they're coming from and what is the expectation out of them, but that also has to be referred to their current form line, and definitely they who they are and where are they. So that's where it stands at this point of time. 14 is from gate number 1. Those things are going down, so probably the first one is a little the first one is a little chaotic. That you can see how chaotic it is. The first one is definitely a little chaotic, but from the second one onward, I think things are a little streamlined. The first one is a good watch. That's what I think. 3, 6, 13, and 14. Lightning 3, 6, 13, and 14. 3. Six. Cliffy! Cliffy, you were already there. Welcome back, my friend. Probably you signed up with a different account. Thank you for being here, Cliffy. I don't know what are they doing. It's 2 minutes to post and okay, yes, we've got the feed for
This is your league trailer. Angus during Hanover King.
167. They're getting loaded at this point of time. They're like good 10 horses to be loaded. I am out, Cliffy, from the first one. It looks too chaotic for me. I'm out. I'm not getting into it. It looks too chaotic, my friend.
Daisy jump Bill and Audrey's lane there and flight crews out very wide. Decisions to be made there. Made a lot of counts behind. followed by Oryx together with La Signora Dane. Everyone's a star about midfield now. 2 off then to Norton Road on the outside of Equilibrius. Zaragoza going through on the rails. And a gap back to Opal Field. Broadway bouncer and the Bellow the last one. The well-supported Aldridge Lane leads and Flying Crew came across to sit in second. Over Jambalaya leaders back third on the inside of African Daisy. Then came Oryx on the inside of the Signora Dane. Mailata deeper out and everyone's a star tracks up. Into the straight, Aldridge Lane in front from Flight Crew, African Daisy, Jambalaya looking for clear running now. McDonald's looking to work into the clear. Down the outside, everyone's a star warming up well. Audrey start the 200, a length on Flight Crew. Jambalaya's going nowhere. Everyone's a star now as the danger to the leader and Zaragoza running on. Audrey's Lane in front from everyone's a star. Zaragoza. Audrey's Lane clings on.
13. 13.
3/4 on the line to everyone's a star and Zaragoza. Running off well at the end by Lada together with Oryx. Then came Flight Crew. John Bellow was playing. Further back to Bellow, Broadway bouncer.
They did not show the replay. They did not show the replay. Anyway, we'll take a look at what happened, okay? So the 13 went through. That was the pressure line which went through, okay? 83, 20, 50. 13, I don't know the whole bunch of numbers, but it looks like 5 also got there in some way or the other. We saw 5 getting through. 5 or 15, maybe. 5 or 15. Since 5 is not there, I'll get the numbers. Thirteen, 6, 9, and 13, 6, 9, and 3. 13, 6, 9, and 3. So what happened? 13, 6, 9, which was there, and then 3. 14 did not get there. So I think Lightning had those numbers, 13, 6, 9, and 3. Yes, Lightning, you had those numbers, my friend. 13, 6, 9, and 3, 14. Well, I don't know how you actually played that, but you had those numbers. Great job, Lightning. We'll go to the next. No scratching. Odds are 4, 3, 6, 5. 4, 3, 6, and 5. So again, it is because of JMAC. It is exactly the same situation like this. Okay, that did not work because 1200 meter will take a little pace. So the pace was here. Okay, this was favored because of JMAC. Here it is again the same situation. It is JMAC on this horse, but this one is a 1900 meter benchmark 78. Okay, so this one is a little different arrangement than the previous one, and things are like that. So so it's this one. We take a look how this is 3. This is here 3, 1, 16, 27, 9, 15, here, 9.1. 16, 23, 7, still high, 62, 69, 3, 1, 2, 5, so 4 stands where? 16, so 26, this will not work. There is the line. So it probably, again, it is wrong, I think. If we do the races normally, this is a benchmark 78. This one is a challenger. The 8 is a challenger, but there's a. Now you see what is happening is this, that this one is too chaotic. Let's not talk about it. But then I think it is 3. If it has to rank, if we have to put a ranking on this, then it should be like 3, 8, 4, and 2. Three, 8. This is higher. This is a dip. This is okay. 4 on the 4th line. 3, 4. And then we have the largest one here, which is this one. So 3, 8, 4, 2, I think. 3, 8, 4, 2. That is how the ranking is. Okay. I like the 3. Should win. 4. Is anyway the second linear, so one of the advantages we'll get in. This one is very dicey. This one is an advantage. Okay. So if we look at the thing from here, so they're talking about 4. 4 is frontline low, but this is not a 1200 meter. This will go differently, so I think it is 3. Then it'll drop, which is here. Then probably it is 4 if the 5 doesn't knock out the 4. Or if the 2 doesn't get knocked out, 2 might get knocked out because of their form line. But 3 is in a much better form. Let's see how that works. Welcome back, Araman. For the second race, the odds are okay. 4, 3, 6 should do for a Kunland try. Looks like a winner for me in the 4. Exotic. Yeah, even I think 3 is the winner. Even I think 3 is the win. 4, will it drop on 4? That's that generally does not happen, but that also happens. Generally it will go to a low, and the best low is 8. Okay, the best low is 8, though it is a challenger. That's the best low. So I think it is 3, 8, then 4. Then if the 2 gets knocked out, ideally it should be 2. If the 2 gets knocked out because of it's a 7-year-old gelding, then it is 5. 6 probably is not in the game. I don't know. We'll see how that works. But I like 3. I'm going to be on 3. The 3 is good. This is the first one where I'm going to get in. No, that's okay. Why? Because you see the 4, which is the favorite. Okay, so how ideally this is what I have seen. Okay, this is what I have seen. So from the inner gates, like this one was from the inner gate. Okay, from the inner gate, that weight is very difficult. Okay, from the inner gate you need somebody who can handle with a higher weight, but they also need to be on form. They also need to be on form. From the inner gate, a lower weight is bad. That is something that I have seen. So that is like that. 3, it's 57. Not if you look at the quad, this is on the 4th line. 3 stands above, and 3 is on pace. 3 is on pace. Okay, 3 is on pace, strong pace. It's a 4-year-old mare versus a 5-year-old gelding. Class, this is higher, this is lower. Through quad also we can see that. Then those things are there, but they don't have the form. So the 4 lacks the form here, which 3 actually has. And then definitely you have the form line here with that thing going on. So the 8 stays a check because the 8 is in form, and that's the lowest. Generally that is how it works. So we'll see how that works. I like the 3. I'm not going to go multiple on this, but 3 looks good. JMac has quite a few races today, which are I mean, it looks like apparently they have been, I mean, it has been chosen for JMac. There are quite a few races where things are like that, but we'll see how JMac works on those races. Especially from here onward, things starts getting dicey. This is again a 1200-meter 2-year-old fillies, which are there. See, JMac is on this. Okay, this should work. This should work. This actually, when I checked with the other races at Flemington and other places, this makes a lot of sense. 3 should work. JMac is on 3. If JMac fails to deliver this, then there is a problem with JMac today. We'll see how things work, Gate, welcome back, Gate. JMac is not this one, the next one. Araman, race number 3. JMac is on 3, on race number 3. Not this one. I know JMac is on 4 on this one. The guy is superb. I mean, he's like... He came back like I was in the during the previous races with JMac. I think JMac was at -4, -5. That is where JMac was lying. Right now, JMac improved. Like, I mean, I think he stopped being a vegan and started eating some stuff because he's gained weight. But that's also after a long time. I mean, it's been a long gap, He's gained weight. We'll see how things work. This one probably is. It's going to be very difficult to beat the 3. It's going to be very difficult to beat the 3. The feed that I have, it is because of Jimmy's stretch. Jimmy kind of spoke about this particular feed sometime 2 years ago. I did not have the technology, or I did not know how to rope it in. I did yesterday. It's from FanDuel, Jimmy. It was you who actually spoke about FanDuel and all that. So it's from FanDuel, and I checked with their saying, they're kind of very strict on their foot. Yeah. So the problem is they're very strict, bro. They don't. I mean, I don't know how, but it's best that I use their audio, and then if they're showing the replay, I'll put the replay on. The first one, they did not show the replay. I did not, but that's the only feed that I'm kind of I have at this point of time. There's no other feed which is available for New South Wales, at least to me. Forget about New South Wales, no other feed for anything. For Victoria, we have a feed, not for New South Wales, not for Queensland. If we have to do those races, we have to keep it safe. Gate, thank you for bringing in your friends. Thank you so much for doing that, my friend. Really means a lot. I mean, I can actually teach everybody how to get this feed, all right, so that everybody has their own feed. Let me just explain how this thing works. Okay, so we're showing ads right now. So this is basically the feed. Okay, the feed is on something called VLC Media Player. All right, this is VLC Media Player. Now you have to download that VLC Media Player, and once you have downloaded the media player, then there is you need to add a link which is from IPTV. What I'm going to do is there's a link which is there, so I'm going to put it into my community post, or I'll make a short video on this, how to get this. Okay, because it might not be very easy for the first time to actually set it up for a lot of people who are not tech savvy, but I'm going to show exactly what needs to be done, and I'll make a small video on this where you can get the feed for yourself. So you have the data on one side, you can use the feed on the other side. But this feed is very strict. Their rebroadcasting rules are very strict, so I'm not going to get into it. They might just penalize us. But I'm going to make a video on how you can get this feed for yourself and put it on your smart TV or laptop. But you must download the VLC Media Player if you're not in the US. In the US, I think you'll get the FanDuel anyways. Yeah, I'm going to make a short video on how to get the feed, so that you can use it for yourself. Without the feed, it's very difficult, but we have to respect the fact that, you know, none of us actually, we own the feeds. I've been trying to use them as a fair use, but every day I'm losing them. Every day I'm losing the feeds, which is becoming a very big problem. In Australia, it is not a problem. In Australia, I think everybody has a feed. In New Zealand, it won't be a problem. I think they also have their own feed. The problem is basically with the other countries like India, Singapore, Malaysia. And we have a lot of viewers from those areas, those countries. I'm going to put up that video so that you can have your own feed. Lightning, you've got 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the 2 is good, but That's the highest, right? It's a 7-year-old gelding. We'll see, but that's there in the game, I think. If the 8 gets knocked out, actually, gate number 8 for that 2 is a little steep, but we'll see how that works. That is a little steep. Gate number 8 is a little difficult proposition. One, three, four, five. 1. What's the low? That is also possible. That is also possible. That is also possible. But they both are like that, you know. They both are like that. This is also possible. What you're saying is also, that's a low pressure, okay? So 3, 1, 4 is possible unless the 8 knocks out the 1, which is a 3-year-old gelding. That is possible. Lightning, that is possible. That's a low pressure. That is possible. And a very high class. That's a 7-year-old gelding versus a 4-year-old gelding versus a 3-year-old gelding. So we'll see. This is. It's gonna go 8 for coffee. 8 is very, very high. 8 is very high. Very high on the odds, actually.
Further forward here. So super helpful moving into the outside draw. Just about ready to go. So Chappelle looking for the first double on super helpful.
PC, welcome back.
Stand by. Racing down, Casey handled the start really well off the inside. Super helpful out wide being sent forward. So the Millions in the thick of the action as well with the western front end. Sazimo Park behind. Seamus goes down to the rails in front of them beaching. And Iceman's at the tail of the field. So the Casey in front, but the western front pushes on. Super helpful pushes on as well. And Santa Million in a much more forward role today is actually going to settle in third with super helpful fourth out wide. Then Tazima one off the fence, so Seamus pushing through, unleashing back to second last and 3 off to Iceman at the rear. So Casey leads down the back, out by a length. Super helpful still working on the outside.
Thank you for saying that, Cliffy, but we'll talk about it.
The back of the favourite Tazima. A length and a half O'Shamus inside Unleashing. And still Iceman is 3 lengths off the second favourite in the race. Nicosia at the 1,000 metres in front by a half now. Super Helpful's done plenty of work, the outsider in second position. But they're dominant leaders as they start the run down the side. Santa Million there on the inside of the western front. 2 lengths to Zebra on the outside of O'Shamus. A length into Unleashing. And Iceman is just starting to tack on a bit. Nicosia in front down the side. Still a half in front. 2 Super Helpful. Followed by Saint Emilion on the inside of the western front. No change to the order. Tazima in fifth. O'Shamus sixth and Unleashing. Iceman's last of all. 450 up. Nicosia in front of Super Helpful. Saint Emilion's pushing off the fence. Followed by the western front. Tazima coming down the outside. And further back to O'Shamus creeping up the rails. Nicosia at the 300. Just in front with Tazima drawing level. And now Tazima races to the front from Nicosia, Unleashing on the outside of Iceman. Tazima at the 100. Tazima 2 lengths clear from Unleashing. Iceman fighting out the minors. Tazima the favourite.
4, 3, 6. There's going to be 4, 3, 6, yes. Downs! Welcome back. 436. This is 436. Okay, 436. 436. So 4, 3, 4, 3. The jockey was funny on this, okay? He was constantly trying to, I think there's going to be a claim on this. The 3 and the 6, I think there's going to be a claim because they were bumping each other. And the 4 actually went through. J-Mac. That made a difference. The 3 is... That happened. We'll go to the next. Three. 5, 7, 8 all scratched. 3, 1, 10, 11. 3, 1, 10, 11, 3. So yeah, 3, 1, 10, 11. 3. So here this one was knocked out by the jock who was funny, and here 3 is in the same position. Okay, now this basically is something that I'd like to bring up. Flemington, I guess. So if you remember this particular race at Flemington, okay, this was straight on Flemington, at Flemington. This was on the straight, okay, that too went through. And that was the favorite, that was the neutral, and it went through. And that is when we started working on the quant, what is happening. So this basically is, they all have the same, they've been rearranged for the fact that they are going to be racing. Now about this particular race, it's a there are quite a few things about this one. So firstly, this is a 1200 meter, then it is a 2-year-old filly races, and then it is a group 3. So when it is a group 3, generally it is about the challenges, but the point here is there are no class horses because they have been put into the same group. If we look through the quant, so 6 and 9 are the highest, but they are again like their stuff is not working. And then it is them. So these are basically challenges. All right. Them we don't know. 10 and 12, who they are, what they are capable of doing. Definitely the baseline is, a lot of advantage on the baseline, and they are the EWs, but we don't have any numbers on them. These two are the top with the quant, but they kind of are not in a shape. That brings us to these guys, okay? They are rearranged, so they are all challenges. So a group 3 is all about challenges. Within the challenges, 3 is the perfect match. Whether it is a neutral or not, it is a perfect match. Okay. Now the point is neutrals generally don't win. That's what I still believe. And I kind of get very scared when it is neutrals. I don't know why they lose the traction at the last moment, but that's exactly why we have worked on the quant and the load and how the match is. So everything looks very good. The match is perfect. The load is perfect. The class is where the race is. All right. This is a group 3, and this is exactly where the race is. So that's where it is. We don't know about the 10 and 12. Then it's futile talking about them. But here the 3 fits everything well. Okay, that generally happens every time. But what also happens along with that is a lot of times they lose the traction at the last moment. So that we have seen, and probably that's one of the things that we have to take it with a pinch of salt, that this might backfire. All right, everything can backfire. Like here, the 3 was perfect. All right, where 3 is, where that 3 was, this 3 is. Okay, and that's how the arrangement looks like. So, what basically I think is it is in a great spot. Again, JMac is writing, but it is going to be neutral. So be careful about what you do. How this might play. So generally, if we look at that race, let's not go there anyways. So generally, if you look to what happened, 3 and 4 happened. Okay, 3, 4, and 5. Or 6, I think. 3, 4, and 6. 4, 3, and 6. 6. So now what happened? 4, 3, and then it dropped here on 6. Then I don't know where it went, but this is where it dropped. It was the neutral again. So that's where it dropped. They generally, again, they don't win generally, you see. So that happened. The 8 did not get a chance. They were the highest quants, but they had issues with their thing, so that did not work. Here, that's that. But what is also there is on the lower side, like here, if we look at, that was 40 and 34. This one was first, then it is negative 65 up here. So here, if this thing is like that, then the lowest is 2. Okay, so that 2 is a check. That 2 is a check. And then, I mean, if generally how it works, if they are all the same, then the lowest one has always an advantage if they are all the same. The higher it goes, it becomes difficult. The lower, the better. So that 2 is a check. So how the ranking should work is 3, 2, 3, 2, is also like that. Then it is on 11. Then it is on 11 from every angle, and then probably on 1. 16, 71, 53, 42, 60. Unless they make noise from up above, unless they make some noise from there, it should be here. 3 to 11 and 1. That is how it looks like. 3, all green. Then it is here. 2. Then it is here. 11. And then probably on 1. We'll see how that works. 3 to 11 and 1. 3 to 11 and 1. Okay. Caulfield. They're showing Caulfield. We can put Caulfield actually, because Caulfield is not only through them. Adoman, the feed is a little dicey today, Adoman, for the New South Wales. Let me just work on this a little more. I just figured out them yesterday. So let me just work on this a little more. If everything looks good from next time, I'm going to put on the feed for New South Wales through this provider, because I don't want to lose them, bro. You can see we are losing each and every feed that we are trying to use.
Shaper missed it by about a length and a half. Luxembourg the best to begin. So the roughie led El Duca at the Nardos, and then V8 fourth the inside. Harry's Yacht second last, the Shaper at the end. Luxembourg the front runner, heading towards that opening bend by a length and a half. Second is El Duca. V8 is third on the inside. They were followed by Athanatos, and they're about 2 lengths to Harry's Yacht, who settled the outer of the Shaper to the railway side. 900 metres to go. Luxembourg the 30 to 1 leading by a length and a half. Second is El Duca. They were followed by V8 third on the rails. Fourth is Athanatos, and they're about a length and a half to Harry's Yacht. So the favourite would spot the leader about 6 lengths at this stage, and the shaper on the fence is last as Foxenberg increased the tempo and the lead of the 600. Then 3 lengths El Duca, and then V8 the inside niggled at before the bend. At the Nanos 3 wide, V8 in limited room nearly stumbled there. Harry's shot passing it, and at the tail of the field is the shaper. So Foxenberg really had a few stretching. Can it sustain it? 300 metres to go. El Duca is chasing hard and getting closer. Harry's shot in the purple brought to the middle. They were followed by at the Nanos. It's El Duca at the 100. Harry's shot wants to lay in. Doing a bit wrong, but it's taken the lead. Harry's shot and sailed on by.
453.
For Foxenberg and a long gap to V8.
453. Oh man! Brilliant. Yeah, Dow's Adaman is good. Adaman does a lot of technical stuff, you know. He's into a lot of technical stuff. That X was about a little risky. What is not risky? What is not risky, bro? Everything is risky. Ten. Yeah, that is that. How that will work is I mean, I get very nervous when they are neutrals, all right? But ideally, this one should work. This one should work. They failed here because of that genius. Yeah, so you're talking about EW, New Zealand. Okay. I like the X fan of it looks certain to when it pushes the outline. This one was about 50-50. So the reason I can't put the New South Wales is because it is geo blocked. Okay, I can fetch it from wherever I'm fetching it from, but I don't want to use it because it is still geo blocked. Wherein the Caulfield, the Victorian races are not geo blocked for me, and that's something that we've been using. So I can put the Victorian feed, but not the New South Wales feed at this point of time. I need a little time to research and figure out. And Cliffy, thank you for saying that a lot of streams they don't show racing. The thing is, Cliffy, the showing the racing was something that we've had from the day one. It is exactly how the screen is. This is something that we've been doing from day one. One side we had the chat, the other side we had the pics and the plays and everything, and in between we had the feed going on. But I have been losing the feeds of late, and yeah, but the problem is becoming this, that I am losing the feeds like left, right, and center almost every day. You will not believe the number of sources that I have actually put in for the feed. And, right after using it for maybe a couple of months, the feed goes off. And then we have nothing, And over a period of time, I have a little understanding, like, I cannot put the South Australian races, I cannot put in the Western Australian races. Victorian races are okay. They've never created a problem. They never created any kind of issues. New South Wales have never done that, but when I was using New South Wales, I was using from the legal, not legal. Legal is not the right term, but but from my country, the legitimate providers. I was using those feeds, but right now this is a little tricky. Yeah, they kind of stopped, Cliffy. They kind of stopped. They don't provide the feed anymore. Not at least here. I don't know what is happening with your end in US, but not here. They're not giving it here. We've tried doing that. That is where I was getting the feed from in between. But not working for the last maybe about 10 days. It's not working. That'll be great, Cliffy. That'll be great. I mean, I have a very smart system in place. I have a server that actually hunts for the numbers, whatever we use here. So the numbers are being hunted by my server. So how we get these numbers? Basically, we get into the multiple source providers who are providing racing cards for Australia, and then I have a system where it goes in and that builds up the entire thing. Similarly, for the feed, I have a very smart system that actually keeps checking where the feed is live, and that's how I've been able to do it. But off late, things are not looking great. Things are not looking great off late. We have a very strong hunting server. All thanks to PC. It was because of PC we were able to get that server, but feeds have become a problem.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I'm falling. I can't get up.
It's a little weird. They're showing in US probably 10 is favorite. In US 10 is favorite. That's what they're showing. 4, 6, 11. Yeah, but 4, 6. That's the highest, but the problem is the form line. You know, the form line is the issue, Cliffy. Other than that, that's the highest, okay? The 9 is there. The problem is 3 is neutral, so that's a very difficult thing. I still don't know how to believe, how not to believe. Will if we go with the nature of what we are dealing with, then ideally 3 should win. But it is neutral. JMac is writing. We'll see how that works. I've got a. I'm not on 3. I have an EW. So. Yes, but there's always a contradiction. 4 won't wear. We've just started, Arman. Now they're showing 3 is favorite. Yeah, mine is also like that, Jimmy.
Slippers, so successful last 2,000. They're all in now. The on, stand by.
We'll see. The 3 is more weirder. 3 is.
And Pembrey jump early and is showing very good acceleration out of the gates into a lead from By Choice. Kieran Starr up to 3rd in front of Lumbini.
Run, baby.
Bell's pulling on the outside of Wave.
3 is leading, then it is 1, then we have the 2 by the rails.
Filly Pembrey and letting a fast filly be fast. Out by 2 on By Choice. It goes into an outright second. Kieran Starr's up on the outside of Lumbini. Followed by Hellenic Bellas over racing on the outside of Wave Blaster. 2 on the Danger and Nectar Fire is the last one. Pembrey in front.
Run, baby.
Close to heel. Then Kieran Starr, Hellenic Bellas, they straighten.
Run.
And Pembrey turns the corner by a length and a half to By Choice. Then came Lumbini. Kieran Starr's getting to the outside. 300 to go, and Pembrey dominant leader. By 2 on Lumbini. By Choice, Kieran Starr.
Run, baby. Run.
The second, then Kieran Starr, By Choice fighting out 3rd. But Pembrey all the way.
Okay, 2 got there. 2 got there. 3, 2, 1, and 11. 3, 2, 1, and 11. That was the data rank. Okay. 3, 2, 11, and 1. So 3, 2, 11, and 1. Oh, they did not show again. Three was the best. Three cannot be beaten. Here is what happened. Three. Then it dropped here on 2. Then 11 came in. And then came 1. So what we had? 11 and 3 to 11 and 1. That was the data ranked. So we matched exactly 3 to 11 and 1. 3 to 11 and 1. I did not have the nerves to go with the 3. I did not have the nerves to go with the 3. So that was 3 to 11 and then 1 on 6. So this is basically here, okay? This race is here. Why? Because it's a group 3. Those are we don't know who they are, and these two did not have the form line. We'll go to the next. So the data actually had a super factor in this. 3, 10, and 11 has been scratched. 3, 10, 11 has been scratched. 5 to 1 and 6. 5 to 1 and 6. This is also group 3, okay? So group 3, if we look through the quant, that is not that. So there. So they are all like that. These are further down, I think. That is the quant. If that works like that, then this is 56. All has been arranged to 56. So what happened here is the 3 was the neutral that had the highest load, the highest CR value that happened. Then it came here. Why? Because that was the best match. 11 was the third best match and 1 was the fourth best match. So that exactly played how ideally it should play. Okay. Now, if you look at what is this, that is not a great match. Here, this was a good match, right? That was the highest load value. This was a great match. This was running neutral. I'm always nervous about neutrals, so that's something that did not. I like to stay away from them. Anyways, here the story is a little different because this guy is not of the highest. I mean, they have the highest values in their kind of thing, but it probably is not the best match. Okay, if you have to look for the best match, that's 2. So ideally how it should play. One. I'll drop here 32, 35, 14, 17. This guy has 3 races, has done nothing in last 3 races, also goes down here, so I don't know how that will work. Well, that's where the thing is. So this was here, here, 2, 1. Now the 2 is good, okay? The 2 is good, but the problem is jock. If the jock decides to do anything funny, then it is upside down. The 5 is not a great match, okay? The 5 is not a great match. This is going to struggle. If we open the stuff, which I don't want to, but let's do. So the 5 is going to run neutral, okay? And it is not a good match. This is on negative, but a great match. The 5 is going to run neutral. Even after that, that's not a great match. Things can go wrong in this one. Things can go wrong. Why? Because there are too many things that are not in the right place. So the 2 is the largest inner, okay? That actually generally works with the linear. The linear is in trouble. If the linear is in trouble, then this one already is in trouble. Plus, this guy is like, I don't know how to trust him with that pressure line. Okay? I don't know how to trust him with that pressure line. The 1 is the next fall, which is here. So, don't know this. This thing can go wrong. You know, this thing can go wrong. And I'm thinking where it might go wrong. Where it might go wrong. This 6 is, if they are all same, then this is good with that line. 3, but not a great match, will not work. Where it is a little hope, there is no form line, so not a great arrangement, this one. The 5 is with JMac again, okay? Probably JMac has the opportunity today, but that's not a great match. JMac will have to do a lot to win this. And then everything is hazy, you know. The 1 probably is there in some, I mean, honestly speaking, it is very difficult to beat the 2. It's very difficult to beat the 2 with that kind of an arrangement. But the jock is funny. If the jock decides to do something that, I'll put the ranking 2, 1, 2, 1 falls here. Then it'll go down. So down where? They cannot do this, or they can, I don't know. Because then the 6 which is here, it's a great match here, okay? But they don't have the form line. So what are you going to trust on them? What kind of a trust do you have? It's a fantastic, it is much better than 5, all right? But they don't have a form line. So talking about them doesn't make sense. The things can go wrong. And things can go wrong in a very, very strange way. It can go wrong. This one, I don't know. There's a joke on this. Very low pressure from gate number 1. It's at 56. Everybody is doing 56. But there's no other numbers. That's where it stands. Very low. This one is out of question probably. 3 races it did not do anything. The number 9. It did not do anything in last 3 races. So what kind of a thing do we have? But if we have to do a ranking, then it stands there. 2, 1, 9. Is not there. But 2, 1. 3, because that's the lowest, and then here 2, 1, 3, 5, 2, 1, 3, 5. Why 3? It's not a great match, okay? It's not in a position to win. But what happened here, okay? So that was the best match. Then it fell here because that's the lowest. Then it went to 11, which was the second lowest or the third lowest. Then it came here. All right. That's how it is. It's pure numbers, mathematics. At times we make mistakes, and at times things just don't work. So here, that's the best match up here. That should work. But the joke is funny. That is that. Then it should drop here on 1. Then if we have to look for a value, the 9 probably is in a very bad state. 3 races did not do anything, but that's the best match. You can't help it. That's the best match. That's the EW anyway. That'll be here. If we don't consider this, then the next value is here. And then probably on 5. We'll see how that works. I'm not in this one. This is too much. It's a circus. Gold first. PC 9 Caulfield. Okay, they're showing Caulfield. Wait, I'll put on.
Play Lounge, a length and a half, Marigold, Flying Fizz and Yum is last. Sister Shay, the front runner, 1,000 metres to go. By a length to Bossy Bonita. 2 lengths away, Bedwitchery with the drop on those leaders. A couple of lengths, Tenalili fourth on the inside of Miss Play Lounge at the 850. Next in the field is Marigold, who's off the rails and well back from Flying Fizz and Yum at the end. So Sister Shay, 800 metres to go, slacken the tempo to a neutral speed, 3/4 of a length in front of. In second place, Bossy Bonita. Bedwitchery is third, then Miss Play Lounge outside of Tenalili, followed by Marigold, Flying Fizz and Yum. 500 metres to go. Leaders get a breather. Sister Shay from Bossy Bonita getting closer, approaching the turn. They were followed by Bedwitchery, now stoked up from Miss Play Lounge, Tenalili. Yum, Flying Fizz and Marigold as Sister Shay and Bossy Bonita come around the corner. Joint leaders, 250 out. It's Bossy Bonita with Sister Shay. Bossy Bonita getting the better of Sister Shay. Tenalili, Bedwitchery, and then Marigold from a long way back. Bossy Bonita approaching the 150. Tenalili's a threat with Bedwitchery. Bossy Bonita. Bedwitchery's lifting. Bedwitchery takes over. Marigold.
9-2.
3/4 of a length. Marigold. Tenalili and Bossy Bonita hit it in a photo for third from Sister Shay.
9-9 PC. Boom. That's beautiful. 14 is which one? 14. Some other track probably. This is not true. It's beautiful. What will you do? It's a pass for me. Where, bro? Arrowman? Send me a WhatsApp. If it's a link or something, just send me a WhatsApp, bro. I'll take a look at that. Manual way. Yeah, just send me a WhatsApp, bro. Let me just try and figure out if we can work with that. I mean, you know, this feed is of great quality, but the problem is this, that, you know, I have a little, I'm a little scared to use it for the New South Wales. I'm a little scared to use it for the New South Wales. We need to get a right source for this. I don't know.
come on again next week, or maybe it might be, time to put him out. He'll tell us here today where he sits in the pecking order.
When he stepped out at Randwick, I actually thought he looked fairly forward. He didn't look like he had a lot of improvement in him. However, as it turns out, he had a really good blow from that. He was up in the back straight after the race. So I'd say he's taken natural improvement into it. I still think, even with today's run, there is a little bit more in the lock-up for next week if he was to win or run the top three and then back up next week. So that's positive.
Out spare number 4, Sam Clifford and Michael Friedman.
Yep, it's a month since he was reported lame there last start. He was on a wet track. No real support for him. I don't think he today. No, he's totally unwanted.
Lovely colt. He's been doing everything right each time you see him. In fact, he's just up on the toe now. But beautiful individual. This is probably a bit hard though.
He's back in the black now, Central Europe, but he was in the red at $1.95 earlier today. James McDonald has ridden the last two winners. He jumps aboard what could possibly be his golden slipper ride here. Should he win Central Europe for Chris Waller?
Yeah, so we're looking for a fresh horse on the scene. Is this the one? Look at him. He's still got maturing to do, but he's got a lovely clean eye on him. His ears are so focused there, and I think he is here to run well. I think he's improved from his first up run, where he was desperately unlucky. So let's see what we got here today.
I thought he looked great in his first run. He's really tough.
This is a trap race.
Is there enough in the locker?
You mean this is a trap?
Next week, he's only small. There's not a lot of him.
I'm out.
His demeanour's going to take him a long way. He's got the right attitude. He'll continue to stretch out over further in time. It's my only query is how much is left there.
Forest King number 6, Dylan Gibbons for O'Shea and Charlton.
Did it well with a winning debut there at Canterbury. This is harder on paper, so yeah, look, we'll see how he shapes up. I'd rather watch him hit.
Nothing wrong with his appearance. He's out of a speedy mare. He looks like he's quite speedy himself. First time I'm seeing him. He's neat, petite, and he's doing everything right.
Persian Wonder number 7, Chad Schofield, David Payne.
Well, he's been very strong late in all of his runs, so he just looks like a miler to me. But the next 100 metres might play into his hands. I think he might want to touch further.
He's a big boy. I've said that each time I've seen him. He doesn't look like a 2-year-old. If you were looking at him, you'd think he was a 3-year-old or plus. But he's going really well. Again, this is much harder, but it's not the worst here.
Euripides number 8, Kieran McAvoy, Bjorn Baker.
No, I think he'll run better than a 30-1 chance. He's got the SP there. I know it was Forest King beat him the other night, but I just think he's an improver who's worth including in the multis here.
I didn't see him first up, but I will say he's grown in the interim. He's a lot bigger than when I saw him last preparation, so he's filled out into a really nice colt now.
High Alert number 9, another one in the Godolphin blue, Jason Collett for Anthony and Sam Friedman.
Crossover noseband on him today. He's yet to place in 3 starts, but I'm sure he's got talent, but he's just still learning his craft.
He hasn't put it all together, has he? The penny hasn't quite dropped for him.
You're right,
He does it really well.
Jimmy.
He's a lovely type, a lovely strong colt. But definitely a next prep horse.
And the first starter, Armazone number 12, Tommy Berry on for Chris Waller.
Yeah, well educated, 3 trials, 2 this prep. Latest trial was his best, but I think, although funnier things have happened, I think later on for him, we'll assess him after today.
Not a bad type, actually. A nice short coupled, real speedy type, real sprinting type of horse. His trials have been good. He did get a little bit stirred up when Tommy jumped on board. It was a $520,000 purchase, so they paid a bit of money for him.
Oh, sure. The jockey is very funny, Dowes. The jockey is very funny.
Out here for the Pago. McDonald here in front on Pembury, but looking for a nice trail here on Central Europe somewhere.
Yeah, he'd be looking to get a suck up into the race. Obviously, we know he was super unlucky first up when he dove at the line. He got out late, but today I think it sets up a lot better. J-Max in terrific form. I couldn't agree more with Shenny though. He does look like he's lighting off.
5 is getting
So I'm not
tailed,
sure
by the
he's,
way.
Going to be there next time out. But if he wins today, he's a really nice horse.
Okay, Central Europe for Corey. All right, Shani, a bit to choose from there. Who did you come up with?
I'm going to go with Woven. I was just worried about Central Europe. He's really tucked up off that first up run. I don't know how much is in the locker. If he comes out and wins, he's a really good horse. I'm not doubting that, but I'm going to go with Woven. He's come on nicely. I still think there's enough in the tank there to back up again next week, and we should be winning off his legs.
Which one is that? Frankly cold. KFC 145. Five Rosehill. Okay. That is the favorite. Let's see. All of them are colds, I think. All of them are colds. This is a gilding. This is a gilding. Apart from that, all of them are cold species. Frankel Gold. No, PC, I don't know Frankel. I know Frankenstein. I know Frankies, but I don't know Frankel. Best horse in the world. That is debatable, but yes, probably you're right. So that's you're talking about a lineage in that case, that pedigree. One of the most famous European horses. Okay. I get used to with the names when I kind of get to see them over and over again, and that's how. And I have my few favorite vintage horses. Secretariat is one of them. Wings is one of them. I mean, probably because I've never raced UK or European races that much, so my knowledge is limited there.
$9 War Woven, Sarah Jamaica, a $51 chance.
This is the last chance to make the Golden Slipper field.
Okay.
Barrier draw on Tuesday at 11 o'clock. Acceptance is taken shortly before that. 3 late entries to be paid. Pembury music time closer to free. There's War Woven. So much pressure on Rachel King here to get the job done and get this colt into the slipper. A one-time slipper favourite. Here's Darren Flindell for the tap. Pago, Pago.
Chance for a slipper slot, and Amazon the roughie has just gone off in the gates, and Tommy Berry is just in an awkward position at the moment.
Why?
So Berry's just exiting out of the gates over the side to see if he's okay. He doesn't look spot on. Just limping away a bit there, Berry, from Amazon. So there was an incident inside the gates with this debutant. Just stand by here. Just getting some news through from the stewards. Horse and rider to be examined here. So Amazon's being unloaded from the barriers, from barrier number 1. And just do a health check too on Berry, who is walking over to his mount, and he's being legged back up on board. Berry back in the saddle of Amazon. Central Europe race favourite, clearly from War Woven. War Woven was in the inferior ground in the skyline at Randwick, and 4th behind Campione d'Italia, and Central Europe badly held up that day. It did appear to be a good thing beaten, and Central Europe a favourite in front of War Woven today. So Amazon's being led back up towards the gates. So Amazon being repositioned here, barrier number 1. Pembury clocked 102.72, winning the previous the Magic Night Stakes, and here go the boys and the tap Pago Pago. Stand by. Gates are back now. They're off. Amazon missed the kick by a length or so. Warwoven and Star Jamaica won the start without Spanaway well going to third. Amazon's improving on the rails in fourth position, followed by Euripides. Then came Forest King from High Alert. Central Europe is second last, and a gap to Persian Wonder. So Star Jamaica shows the way, and Warwoven's up on the speed second. Couple off to Amazon, railing through inside out Spanner. They're followed then by back in the field to Forest King on the inside of Euripides. Central Europe travelling well, but third last on the outside of High Alert. Two after Persian Wonder. Star Jamaica doing his thing. Leaks coming to the turn by two. Warwoven trucking along for Rachel King second. Then out Spanner from Amazon, and Central Europe third last pulling to the outside. Star Jamaica being pressed now by Warwoven on the outside, and the pair go stride for stride. Outspan third. Central Europe still 5 lengths away. Warwoven getting the upper hand from Star Jamaica. It's Warwoven a half on Star Jamaica. Central Europe looks to be running out of time. Warwoven gets the upper hand clearly now inside the 50, and Warwoven too good there in the Pago.
Yummy.
Between Outspan and Central Europe.
And we go back here.
No. No, PC, it is not because of that. It is a very bad state on that horse. 2 should have won anyways. I'll get the numbers. If you look at what is this going on, then the horse is good, okay, there's no doubt, but that's a trap that probably is not a great thing. I'll get the numbers what happened. Dow's was on 2. I'll put up Dow's name. Hold on. Let me get the numbers. This was the 4th one. Was 2457. Two, 4, 5, 7. 2. Then came 4. That's a little too much to expect and go there. 2, 4. Then came 5. Then came 7. 6. They did not have the form line. How do you know which one will kick in from where? That's a very dicey proposition. Anyway, that happened. 2, 4, 5. 5 was anyway on the 3rd or the 4th line. So it's not J-Mac's fault actually. It basically, what happens is when the pressure mounts up, when the pressure gets heavy, whether it is in a position to deliver that pressure is what we are calculating through the match sections. There are 2 standard fantastic, okay. The 5 did not have a match. I was not very confident on the fact that the jock is kind of a little funny. So that probably is my problem. But I'm going to remove that column as well, because that column gives us a lot of confusion, for me at least. that jockey thing needs to go. But that is the scary part actually. Otherwise 2 is good. The 4 coming from there is, God knows how that happened, because it did not have the form line. But 5 definitely had an issue. That is difficult to deliver. We'll go to the next 5. Two and 6 has been scratched. 5, 4, 1 and 3. So what are we dealing with is a group 3 again, okay? So which essentially means that the race is here and it could be here as well, here as well. So this group 3 is basically a kind of a proposition. If this is a construction of a race, now the top horses which are here, they're not supposed to be there for the first, it means like, they've got nothing better to do in their life. That's why they're here. The class horses should not be here. It is about the challenges. Any group 3 is about challenges, but which challenger? Now the 5 is the favorite, which is a neutral. Okay, again, the match is always good. That is that fact which is there. Again, JMac is riding. And this is going to be 2000 meters. So now what are the advantages and disadvantages of a 2000 meter is like this, that it's a long distance. Generally the linears win, which is number 4, but that is not a great match. Okay, the match is on 5, but that is a neutral. And so what is the difference between this race and this? Is where we got a super factor. Okay, what is the difference? The difference is this, that this is also a group 3 and this is also a group 3, but this is 2-year-old where horses are in form and they kind of are in a reliable position. Here, that's not the fact. The fact is this, that you're going to be dealing with 8-year-old geldings, which are there. Very good horses, actually. This is the highest from Quant. So that's a very good horse. There's nothing wrong with it. The problem is that they're all 8-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old. So the 4 is not a great match, even if it is a linear. Like here, it was not a great match. Even if it is a linear, it is not a great match. Here, it is the same thing. It's not a great match. 5 is the right match, but it is going to be running neutral. So like what I was saying, the difference between that one and this one is this, that this is a group 3, which is not a 2-year-old race. It is like horses which has been racing and they have prior race experience, and now they are through they became challenger, or they are, you know, highest in the class. But that this particular section is where the race is. Apart from this number one, he is here because of his ego, and you know, because he has to race. That's the point. His owners are like, go race. So, but that's an 8-year-old. I don't know where it will go, basically. I don't know where it will go. It's my personal problem that I cannot work with 8-year-old, 6-year-old horses, and then on top of that, this one is a neutral. Whether this neutral will work in this group 3 is a question of which I don't have the answer, because I know a 2-year-old neutral with the load value will work. Still, I was uncomfortable and I went with 2. Okay, still I was uncomfortable, but that's how it worked. All right. Here, the load value is on 1, then this is on the third side, which is good. If they are all the same, then the lower is better. But the lower you go is a 6-year-old. At all. Is a 6-year-old. So, and that's in a questionable form. Not really something that I like. 8 is a good match, but doesn't have the form line. 8 is a fantastic match. Apart from 5 being a neutral and 3 being an 8-year-old, these two are fantastic matches. There is no doubt. Apart from those two, the other one is 8, but it doesn't have a form line. So for me, it becomes dicey. You see, the problem is I step out in most of the races until and unless I have my confidence in them. And the reason I do that, and I suggest everybody not to get involved, is because when you have a little bit of doubt, don't step into it. You need to realize the kind of liability that you have. Whatever, you know, at times it's not just a great idea. Like this one, my data says that 2 is going to win. All right, that's what my data says. 2 is going to win. But where I get uncomfortable is the jockey calibration. Where I get uncomfortable is the jockey calibration. So that's why I did not get involved with this. In here, the 5 is the right odd. J-Mac is riding. That's a fantastic arrangement. That's a beautiful thing that is happening there. But here, my options are very limited. There I had an option, the 2. Here I had an option, the 2. Okay. Here I don't have an option. Here everything is like either you go with 5 or you sit blind. Here the rest of the things are like this is a 8-year-old. Not a great match. Then this one 4 is not a great match. The 3 is an 8-year-old. How will all that work? I don't know. So point being is the 5 has the right opportunity. It is the best, but it is going to run neutral, and I'm very uncomfortable with neutral horses. So for me, it is, I'm not going to get into it. And this one is a check. Why it is a check? Because if we look through the quant, which we are looking at right now, then that, and then it drops here. Okay, that's 41. This is 6 by 40. This is where it drops, but it doesn't have the form line. So those are the areas that cannot be negotiated with. Those are the areas we can't work with. I mean, if it doesn't have a form line, what kind of a, I mean, that is as good as, you know, you're not looking at the numbers and just do whatever you like, kind of a thing. So this basically is not my kind of a race. I'm not going to get into it. 5 has all the opportunities, but it is going to run neutral. 5 has all the opportunities. Rest everything is in a very bad state. This one is an 8-year-old, not happening. The 4 is a bad match, not happening. 1 is an 8-year-old with a bad match, not happening. That is where the race is not even there. So, but even after all that clarity, I am not going to get into it because it's going to run neutral. Bro, I need to, Adam, and I need to understand this thing a little better. What you have sent, I mean, let's get on a call sometime so that you know, I understand this exactly what you're saying, and then we'll try this, bro. But yes, it looks like you have a way. No, PC, that will not work. If I use anybody else's stream, they will simply give me a copyright. They will simply give me a copyright. Everybody is trying to protect their own, digital properties. So PC, that will not work. We have to find something solid. And if we can't find something solid, then they're getting it because they are in a different country, PC. I'm in India. That's why I'm not getting it. There's a thing called geo-block. If you Google it, you'll find it. Geo-blocking. So for me, it is difficult to get the feeds from Australia on those races. What I'm doing at this point of time is routing it through US. And it's a different service provider. They have very strong rules. So the difference is where are you? Like for you, if you're in Australia, there's no problem for you to get any feed in Australian racing. You'll get it from anywhere. In US, it is not a problem. But when it comes to my country, then there are problems. I can't bypass at this point of time. I've been bypassing. I've been doing all those things that I could do to bring in the feeds. But having said that, we can also see that we are losing the feeds every day. Going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Okay, I'm back. PC. Ask him, he might let you use it. Yeah, he might, but it becomes a little complicated on YouTube PC. There are quite a few things that gets in between. Asking is no problem. I can always ask, but if he says no, then there is no problem. But if he says yes, then there are problems. Not yet. Not yet. But we will try doing that after the races today. Not yet. I haven't done that yet, but after the races today, yes. At all, he's given a very strong suggestion. So let's see if that works. I need to understand a little bit further from him. I'll speak to him and figure out how to get this thing sorted. And let's see if that works. I know, but I just don't want to complicate right now, Atoman. I just don't want to, because if I go offline for some reason, there are a lot of connections going on right now. It's connected to the server. Then here is the laptop. There's a lot of things going on. So I know it takes 2 minutes. I know. It'll probably take less. We'll fix this after the races today, and maybe from next week we will have it. Just don't want to go offline in middle of the races. That will not work, PC, and thank you so much for saying that. I I know what you're saying, but the problem will be the same. Even if you give me your login, what will happen is it will automatically figure out that my region is not Australia, and it'll block exactly how it is blocking. It'll block immediately the moment it figures out that I'm in India and logged in from India. It'll geo-block. Geo-blocking is a problem. Yes, geolocation, India. So the geo-blocking is a problem. That's why it'll not work, PC. But thank you so much for saying that. Araman, you just need the PC that you're streaming with must have a web browser, and we'll see that is it. No configuration needed on the server or whatsoever. No, I know that I don't need to do any configuration on the server, but what I don't want to do is, get into a kind of a situation where I might go offline, Araman. Let's not do any testing while we are live, I want to get it installed, and I will do that. I will do that. Talking to you, when you're with me, we will do that, and we'll. Geo blocking is blocking everywhere. Geo blocking is with VPN proxy servers. You talk about any technology. Geo blocking is. I mean, right now it is. Very high end. 1 year back or 2 year back, it was not this high end. Right now, it is very high end. It is very high end. It is very difficult. I'll give you a Python script later to handle your issues. That'll be great, Adaman. Cliffy, you can choose your country. Would a VPN proxy? Cliffy, thank you so much for saying that. I'm really, so glad to see all these comments. But no, VPN is not going to help, and I have VPNs. I have very strong VPNs as well. Yeah. It's a bad problem to have. Blocking is a bad problem to have. Can't do anything with that. What if it all streams it via you? Probably possible, but we'll have to look at how it'll work. Via me, how it'll work. I don't know. We'll have to look at all the options. I will, PC. It is just today that we don't have the thing. I will figure out if we can use the FanDuel. If we can use the FanDuel, there's nothing like it. Araman is anyway going to give me the script that I'm going to be using to figure this thing out. That we will do. So we will have options from next week probably. So it's just today that we have an issue. We'll solve it. We'll solve it. I suppose you could. That's not the thing, PC. Me using your channel is not going to solve it, because I'm still going to be identified as my stream is uploading from India. So that will not solve the issue. What will solve the issue is probably what Atoman has suggested. I already have a feed with FanDuel. If we can use that, that will be fantastic. And if we can't use that, then we will use Atoman's script and we'll see how that works. And I don't know how to thank you, PC. This is really nice of what you're saying, but not applicable. Will not work. Okay, they're getting loaded.
Ronnie's on-top selection. It'll be the market mover here. Number one, Vauban. Had been a drifter throughout the week. Hardly any money for it. 4 out to 440 today, but the money started coming just before the parade. We laid 440. He's in the 330, so that's a really big trim up in the last 20 minutes for Vauban. 440 into $3.30. The fave, a little bit easy, Wooden Verney. We had a go at laying him. We got him 230 out to 280. There has been a trim up late for him, back into 260. But overall, he's a little bit easy. We're keen to lay him. Solus Spain, money for him this morning, 350 into as short as 280. He's soft late. He's all the way out to 390. We're keen to lay him as well. The one we want to keep safe, Just Fine, a $10 chance. Looks to get an easy lead. And there has been a little bit of money around for Valiant King at River of Stars at longer odds. But market mover here, Vauban, although the fave trims up late.
Here's Darren.
Bovada. We'll take a look at that.
Ready to go. They're offhand racing now, and off the inside, River of Stars left well. Just Fine moved up to join it. Wooden Verney, Solar Spain are handy, and Vauban staying out pretty deep. Zaire taken back, and Valiant King as well. So Just Fine's rolling forward, and Bayless will take it to the early lead, with the stablemate Vauban striding up on the outside. Wooden Verney in third position, followed by River of Stars plonked down on the fence. Then Solar Spain from Zaria, and Valiant King sees them all as they head to the back straight. Just Fine leads, and Vauban's got his spot now in second. Two further back to Wooden Verney, half the inside River of Stars. Solar Spain looks pretty relaxed back in the field in advance of Zaria, and the great Valiant King last, about 7 off the front runner, which is Just Fine, who's second up today. Leading last year's winner, Vauban, has been one of the best back runners in the race. And Tim Clark's got Vauban in a prime position, 2 clear from the favourite Wooden Verney. Head back on the inside, River of Stars. Then Solar Spain from Zaria, and Valiant King last of all. They've just got inside the halfway mark, and the two stablemates dominate up front. Just Fine in front by a length and a half to Vauban. Wooden Verney travelling well in third on the outside of River of Stars. Further back, Solar Spain racing side by side with Zaria there in the white cap, and Valiant King still last of all, about 6 off the lead. So they approach the corner, 700 to go. Just Fine in front by a length and a half, Vauban. Clark starting to get busy on him now. Wooden Verney moves up on the outside, then River of Stars and Solar Spain being aggressively ridden as they turn. Just Fine giving a good sight inside the 400 from Vauban, Wooden Verney, and 2 further back to Solar Spain. Just Fine at the 275, a length clear.
Yeah, see, that's the problem.
To knuckle down. It's going better than Wooden Verney, and now Vauban strides up on the outside of Just.
See, that's the problem. The 5
opens up the shoulders and goes
1
back in the sky high
4 3
by a length and a quarter.
9 1 4 3 9
River of Stars moving to 4th. Wooden Verney did
1 4 3 9. See, that's the problem. What happened? 1 4 3 and 9. That even that 7-year-old mare got in. because it had some numbers going on here. The 5 did not make it. That's the problem. I do not know where. I mean, the difference is this, that here it was the highest load value. We matched it last time. The match was perfect. It was running neutral. That wasn't a problem. Why? Because all of them were like that. Here it is okay with the 2-year-old fillies. I mean, the 2-year-olds on a group 3. But the moment here it becomes a group 3 with these geniuses, that becomes a problem. So that this is why the 1 actually won. 1-4. That was the highest quant. 1-4. 4 was a bad match anyway. 1 was still better. 1-4. 3 and 9. 3 and 9. The 8 did not get it when 9 got it, because that happened. Anyway, we go to the next. Six. One, 10, 12 scratched. 4, 2, 3, 9. So this is a group 3 again, okay? Basically the race is here. Group 3 is about challenges. Now, that's the purpose of the race. So that's here. What happened here was a weird one. The 5 was not in a position. I mean, that being a neutral becomes a problem. So that's a judgment call you have to take. And those were 8-year-old. I had nothing to do with them. Here, it is not supposed to be here. Okay, the race is not supposed to be here. The race is supposed to be here. The race is supposed to be here. Now what? Can happen? So 2 of the highest quant is these 2, and 4 is the right odd. Okay, 4 is the right odd. That's the highest quant. That's a very huge number on this. This horse probably cannot be beaten, but it doesn't have a form line. Okay, that's the first bait. It doesn't have a form line. Plus, the issue is this, that it is a 119 and then the jockey is not rightly calibrated. So that's the other issue. Then comes 3, which is good but doesn't have a form line. Has a jock. And if they are the same, then 3 possess a threat. 2 comes from gate number 11, which is a 5-year-old gelding, which is the 3rd on quant, very high on load. Very good. That is the highest in class. So that has some numbers going on. These 2 has absolutely no numbers going on. And the race is actually not there. It is a group 3, which means it is about the challengers. Okay. So now, okay, so what's happening is this, okay? So they have the 4, which is the favorite, okay? The 4, the 4 is in trouble. Why? Because these 2 horses, they don't have the form line. If they don't have the form line, then there is nothing that, I mean, if they win, they win, okay? But they don't have the form line, and that is a favorite. Why it is a favorite? Because it must have done something great. See, the leverage is very high on this horse. Okay. So obviously in the previous run, whenever it was there, like 10 weeks ago, it was fantastic. But that is a stale report. That's a stale report. I don't know what it is doing right now and how it is shaped. So 4 doesn't have the form line. It is going to run after a long time, which is 10 weeks. Now, what are the things that we know about leverage? So when you have a very high leverage, you need a holiday and you need a jock. That's something that we know, that you need a holiday. Holiday is there, the jock is missing. And on top of that, if we look at the match, okay, so the match is there in some way, but whether this can actually deliver on a 1100 meter on the second lap is questionable, because the first lap is the first 600 is difficult, and that's that. Having said that, 3 has a better number to do that, but they both are in questionable form line. So whether that will work, I don't know. Also, the fact is this, that group 3 is basically not here. Group 3 is here. That's the normal thumb rule. Okay. That is the normal thumb rule, that the group 3 is going to be with the challenges. From group 2 onwards, it's all class. But here the group, they have taken all the high class horses. 2, 3, 4, all are the top class horses. 9 is the linear, which is here. Okay. Now, 9 and 4 is better, but doesn't have form line. 9 has a little form line. So those are all difficult propositions that are happening. Okay. What I think, it's my personal take, I think it is 6. I think it is 6. And then that is a low, all right? I think that's the low which is going to work. Then it will rise. And rise where? That's the top. 8, rise 97, 5. It's a 79, which is a good rise. A beautiful match. The other one is here, which is also a rise and a beautiful match. But that doesn't have a form line. It's probably here. 6 and 5, out of which 6 has a better form line. And it is also there in the quant. Okay. 6 is there also in the quant. It is just that it is a better form line. Then where it goes? It rises, then it goes here. It is a very good form line. Or 9. 9 is the linear. Now 9 probably is going on negative. 9 is a very good horse. That's what I think. Okay. 9 is a very good horse. If we open it up, it will go negative probably. Let's check. Nine is everybody is in negative. Everybody is negative. 9 is a negative. That's solid negative. 6 EW, probably. It's very difficult. So what is happening is first of all, they're going negative. All right. They're going negative. I mean, it is beyond their, numerically, it is beyond their paycheck. Negative 55 is too hard, and we can see that it is dropping below 191, which is borderline. One up till we've seen a 199 last week at Flemington. I think we had a 199 that actually knocked out the race. So that was that, but that was also in a form. This one is borderline there. Three is good but doesn't have a form. 6 is not getting into negatives. 6 is an EW. That's all that it is. Now about 4. 4 is good. Okay. 4 is very good, but doesn't have a form line. Six, 3. How will we work with that? I mean, the possibilities are this, that it is an old report. These numbers are old. It's 10 weeks old. Some of the things are right. The right things are this, that with that kind of leverage, you need a holiday, and it has a holiday. But it also requires a jock. That's a strong leverage, very strong leverage. The jock is missing. That's first thing. And it is contradicting. A group 3 should not be there. It should not be here. And you have substantial reasons why it is not supposed to be there, is because they are also not in a form line. Here at least they were in a form. Six is a check. Rest everything is a possibility. I don't know if the 4 will win. It is a good horse, there is no doubt. Okay. Very strong numbers, but it's a group 3. And how will group 3 work? How will a group 3 work? This doesn't have the physics, it doesn't need the physics. It is good. And 8, which is here, which is good. More than that. This is a high pressure, low pressure. This is the lowest. The lowest is this guy, which is a 6-year-old man, not in a form. Will not work. Then it is the lowest. So either it drops here, or it or we are absolutely out of our wits. The 6 is a jack. The 8 is also good, which is match. What is on the 4th line? This is on the 1st line. The 3rd line is 9. The possibilities are there that this is 9 and 6 and 5. Or 9 and 5 and 6. 9 should be 6. 9, 6, 8. Nine, 6, 8. I don't know. Let's see. The 9 is good, but is on negative. That's a borderline stuff. That's on the 2nd line. Through the pressure line, can move and can move very strong. Will it be able to do it? Very doubtful, because still the 4 is there but doesn't have a form line. If that fails, then it is here. Whether 4 will win is $1 million question, because that doesn't have a form line. Whatever we have is old. That's not working. 9 is a hope that the 9 will move. If the 9 moves with the high pressure, then that will simply not work, I think. I don't know. Way too much complicated, this one. The 6 stays a check. The 6 stays a check. For me, it's a pass. I'm not going to get into it. Four, 2, 9. Another tough pressure to find the horses underneath. I mean, it becomes tough because of the puzzles that they throw. Okay, it becomes tough because of that. I mean, what do you want to believe? You want to believe a group 3? Try. I'll take a look. I mean, what do you want to believe? That a horse without a form will win? If it wins, great. It has the numbers to win. But if it doesn't, then we know why it didn't. 3 is the same case. So putting these horses basically is like a bait. Do you want to take the bait? I don't want to. 9 is good, but God knows what they will do. It's borderline there. I mean, the moment it goes down below 200, it becomes a red flag. The moment it goes below 200, that becomes a red flag. I don't know if that is actually possible. And on the negative, it is on the top line, negative 55. 6 is not on negative. 6 is good with a form line. So that's that. But will it do anything good? That's a challenge. It should be. The rest should be here, ideally. We'll see how that works. 9 is fantastic. Gatekeeper, 9 is fantastic. But, I mean, being fantastic has its own price. It is going negative. It is borderline there. Also, it's okay. The jock is okay. He's not a green guy. That's what matters. He's green. That's the largest pressure line on this horse. How that can be beaten, I don't know. But I think nine is good. I mean, 4, how will I mean, what confidence do I have on 4? On what basis do we even talk about 4? I don't know. I don't have those numbers. I don't know. 6 and 9 coffee. 6. Stay out, Jimmy. Bro, stay out. Could go wrong. These are the, I mean, they this is exactly what I mean, once you start taking a look from the aerial point of view, instead of going page by page on a race card, that gives you an aerial point of view. That, I mean, what are we comparing? Apple with an apple or an apple with a banana? This thing is like 10 weeks old, but it is good, by far the best. I don't know, probably bad idea. Now that a small 7. It's all fruit. Yeah, but not the same kind of a fruit, bro. Dow's 7. 7 is a 6-year-old mare. Again, the same thing. What kind of a thing will happen there is also, but yes, you have a point. There's a larger drift. But even if we have to consider that, firstly, there are no EWs. All right, there are no EWs, so that becomes the lowest. So this is the lowest, and then after that, this is 6, which is in a form line. So either it starts here or it drops here. It should be like that. The question is whether it is 4 or 9 or somebody else. 4 will fail. 4 might fail because of the form line. 9 might fail because of the pressure line. Then we have a lot of others. 97, 79, 3, 5, especially this guy. The 8. This guy is good, but like that. So a lot of things can go wrong, bro. A lot of things can go wrong. Not for me. And when you have doubt, stay out. Cliffy 347, 3, 4, and 7. Anything is possible. What's the lowest here? 7. Let's go get. Yes, they are boarding now. And playing music. It'll give at least 2 more favorites, I think. PC 8 and 9. 8. Yes, 8 has a lot of chances, PC. 8 and 9.
Liked both of them, but they've both been a little bit easy late betting. Had a sneaky go for this Victorian. Don't Hope Do. $15 Wednesday and $9.50 into $8.50 today. I guess he's the likely leader, and it's always a good spot to be over the Rosehill 1100.
Final leg of the early quaddie. This is the Morris McCartan Stakes Group 3 over 1,100 metres.
Racing now, and Signor Tortoni, Mal Coop and Don't Hope Do are the first three into stride, and King Secret Park's behind it. Tonkin being sent forward, 3 wide in the early part, flying for fun there on the rails. Now Kirk Whelan's drifting back on the outside of the Fricka, and she's an A-lister last of all, Mal Coop. And up on the outside is Don't Hope Do. They go stride for stride. Now Tonkin being restrained, pulling hard in third on the outside is Signor Tortoni. Then King Secret flying for fun. Kirk Whelan covering ground today from La Fracker, and she's an A-lister. Now Coop comes to the turn in front from Don't Hope Do. Tonkin right.
Bring it on, baby.
Then flying for fun.
Bring it home. 8. Come on, run, baby. 6. Come on, run.
Signor Tortoni.
Yeah.
And flying for fun.
Oh my God.
Coop being joined by Flying for Fun. And Flying for Fun races up on the outside. It's the lead. And Flying for Fun beat Mal Coop.
3.
Don't Hope Do and King Secret are really savage the line late.
3-8.
Then Signor Tortoni, La Fraca, Kirk Whelan didn't have the ideal run today.
3-8-6, I think.
Last in.
3-8-6.
Zach Lloyd teaming up with Bryce Hayes. Flying for Fun, number 3, the winner by Spieth at a Vol Privé. Yeah, very nice trail at Warwick Farm leading up to this. Zach was in the saddle. It just cruised up, swooped under a hold, and Flying for Fun, well produced for the first up tilt today. How good is Mal Coop going to Steve O'Halloran? It's gone within a half length of picking up the Group 3.
3-8, 4 and 6.
Third, King Secret. Looks as
No.
it's got the momentum
6 and 4.
to nick that spot from Don't.
No, 4 and 6. 3-8, 4 and 6. Yes. 3-8, 4 and 6. 3-8, 4 and 6. 3-8, 4 and 6. 8 was beautiful. So 3. Well, that's. I mean, yeah, that's logical. This is logical here as well, but that's just weird. 3, 8, 4, and 6. So it started low, okay? This was the low. This was the low, 3. Then it climbed up to 8. Then went here 4 and then dropped to 6. 6 was like either the start or the drop. This was the start. Bad, man. We'll go to this one. Seven. 11, 12 scratched. We don't have 11, 12. 1, 2, 10, and 3. One, two. So this is group 2. This is where the race is here. Okay, this is where it is. It is supposed to be here. And the 1 is the right odd. Ten, 50. Okay. Then 271, which is also right. Then it is here, but doesn't have form line, and is a genius neutral. Then it is here, which again doesn't have a form line. And then here 149.7. That's a negative leverage. This genius is suffering, so that will not work. So where will it work, sir? Okay. 10, 1, form line missing, 71, 2, 7. That's right. Up till here it is right. It's probably a trifactor. It is probably a trifactor. 1, 10 by 50 is 26 by 71. Knocks out here with a linear. Will work. 64, 96. This is okay. That's that. That's that. That's that. Then it will drop here. This one is not a form line. This is that. No, this is no. This is okay. Now the question is this one. 8 is a negative leverage, not working. 7, 3. Best of the odds, I think, should work. So what's happening if we look at the match, right? Now, why 3 happened is because that's lower than this, okay? This is the front lap. It did not have a form line. Now, that's the risk. And it's not supposed to be here, but it was here. You can't help it. Horse racing. From gate number 1, it just knocked out. So it started here, okay? Which was okay. This was a high pressure horse, could not do that. It was okay here. Then it rose here. Then it went to 4. Then it came here 6. So that is good. This is where it starts. Okay. Here it'll rise probably. Then it'll drop, which is good on 3. And then it'll rise, probably. It'll not go down. So that is okay. Rise, but we'll see how that works. 11, that works. 5. This is where the neutral is. 13, 5. So can it knock out 6? Can the 5 knock out 2? And this is also there, no? Should not. 70, 75, 69, 70. It's good. It drops here unless that is the same. There's a good jockey on 5, so if it drops here, I mean, that low, high, low, I mean, this low is good, very good match, but that low is better, but it doesn't have a form line. So if that works on a neutral, that's a very far-fetched thing, but bottom line, 1 is the right odd. 1 should not be beaten in 50, and this is also the right one, and this is here 2, which is to 90, but it doesn't have a form line, so that probably is not working. This is here 7, so low, high, low. If the 5 doesn't make a noise, then that's a trifecta, I think. 1, 2, 3. Ten, I don't know. Very wide. For a challenger from that side is very difficult. This is good. How will you beat this horse? 10, 50, 71. This one is non-navigation. It will not work. Sorted, I think. 1, 2, 3. That is how it should work. 1, 2, 3. Where can things go wrong? This is J-Mac. If J-Mac does something funny with this one, I mean, if you look at what J-Mac has been getting, J-Mac has been getting all the best of the best horses, okay? That 5 is fantastic. Did not deliver. Why? Because it was a neutral. Then J-Mac was on this 5, okay? That did not happen. Why? Because because of that. Then J-Mac was on this 3, which actually worked, which is supposed to work. So this is where it worked. Then J-Mac failed twice, and now J-Mac is on this one. If he is already not tired, and if he is already not out of his... No, that is not the thing. Here. If he is already not tired, and if he is not willing to give it up, then this one is unstoppable. It's a 1500 meter. The gate is wide. What needs to happen? So, where things can go wrong, okay? Things can go wrong with the gate. That's the only thing that can go wrong. Why this thing can go wrong? Because it's a 1500 meter. What J-Mac needs to do is to keep it wide. He cannot rave it. He cannot try to bring it to the rails. If he does anything on those lines, he's just being funny and he will lose it. I hope J-Mac knows better horse riding than me. So I would believe that J-Mac is going to bring it home and keep it wide, not try to get it to the rails. If he try to get it to the rails, then he's had it. 1 is the right odd, 2 is the second right odd, 3 is the third right odd. Others have very limited way of going through. They don't have form line. This probably where it'll end, God knows, but those are the right arrangement. 10, 71, then it drops here 7. Fantastic arrangement, provided J-Mac does the justice. I think J-Mac will do the justice. Lewis on a laptop. PC 180. It's 3846. Yes. I mean, data is showing that 1, 2, and 3. Okay, that is how it shows 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2. This is the neutral, which is up here, but not in a form. This is good. 7 drops. So 1, 2, 3. That's the data, what it shows. And then if it has to go, then where will it go? It might go to 6. They don't have form lines, so those are very dicey propositions. Those are hope lines, hopeless lines. But Atoman, one thing is Rosehill 7. But one thing you must appreciate today, Atoman, that Rosehill did not rain today. We have done almost 70% of the races. This is going to be the 7th one, but it did not rain today. That one thing you must give it to Rosehill today, Atoman. Yeah, possible. Why not? Look at him. But those are the areas. I don't know what to talk about them. Numbers are perfect, but you see, actually, Stretch, Jimmy, I don't remember in last 2 years of racing and doing live streams, I don't remember when was the last time we were actually able to, finish all the races here at Rosehill. Eight. Rosehill is a watch. 8. Yes, you're right, because that is that. But here there's a negative leverage on this horse, which means that instead of getting a promotion, it got a demotion. Now, even after that, if it recovers, then possible. Why? Because that's an EW anyway. But if you look at the numbers between 7 and 8, then this is better. But they both do not have form lines. So there's, I mean, yes, it always rained. I don't know why it's like that. I mean, we were talking the other day, me and Aroman, we were talking that it was, I mean, it's just a track which is purely unlucky, some kind of a spell maybe. That every time when it has the biggest races or something on those lines, or when we are racing, I don't know, it starts to rain. Okay. That's, I mean, you can see the numbers. Okay, that's the highest advantage on that horse. That makes it an EW, which is perfect. That is all that. The problem is this, that the one is going to come from gate number 11. In a 1500 meter, that puts one into trouble. What I want to, I mean, this is a make-believe kind of a thing. What I want to believe is this, that J-Mac as a jock will take the right call and not try to be funny with this horse. Because it is, they have the right arrangement, all right? You can't, technically, if this was not gate 11 and it was somewhere a little inner, like within 10, you can't beat that horse. But gate 11 makes it a little dicey. And dicey how? It totally depends on how J-Mac rides it. If he tries to push this horse from the gate, it'll lose. If he tries to chase the rails, it'll lose. Anything, a little bit of miscalculation by him, it'll lose. So that is an area, that is a gray area which is there because of the gate. Three should be the third one. If that's that, then that, and then it is here. Because they are not in a form, but if they kick in, they kick in. They can definitely do stuff. Like here the 3 did without even having the form line. In that case, a lot of things can go wrong. I know, man. But it's good to sweat, bro. You have your skin into it. The 8-7 is acting up not in a good way. Because it is not happy. The 7 is not happy. That's why. The 7 is not happy for multiple reasons. A, it is not doing well. B, it is kind of, I think, very much is aware of the fact that it is going to get caned right now. So A, it is not doing well. On top of that, it knows that it is going to get whipped. Who is going to be happy? Yeah, that's one way of looking at it, Gate. But I mean, if I am sick, I mean, I'm not doing well. There's something not right with me. And then I know that this is the time I'm going to get whipped. Is it going to make me feel better? A, I'm not doing well. B, I'm going to get whipped. Adaman is very confident, and when he is very confident, I mean, yeah, probably, maybe, but I don't know how that will work. That is on the third position. Looks like it is on the third position. The odds are right. It is showing 1, 2, 3, and then 4. What is 4? 4 is here. Could be 6. Could be 6. 4, 6. Yeah, so that's a nice way of putting it, Adaman. That's a nice way of putting it. Both of them have their own struggle. The one has a struggle from gate number 11, and the 7 has a struggle because it is not doing well. So both of those factors are there. Jimmy. But I just hope that J-Mac doesn't messes it up. He needs to be a little patient. He needs to be a patient. He needs to be a little patient with this horse. Cannot.
Swindon is $11, which makes it the third pick in betting. Panova has been a substantial drifter. It's waiting on the first of them to move up. Prize money of 300,000 for the running of the Group 2 Far Lap Stakes. Weights race for the
I think it's a better choice.
Swindon. Almost moving up, 60s, $1.60. Placed third in the Australian Guineas last time, behind the good horse Observer. Winning his two previous. His first up win here at Rosehill was spectacular coming from last. But Tom Vegas getting a towel down the neck, moving in. 60s follow suit. And Panova, drawn the outside, is the last to go forward. Panova moving in now. And we're just about ready to go. Been very easy in the market. There's the light. Ready to go. 60th, the tap time horse today. 160 favourite. Gates are back and they're racing. Jump really well. 60's wide out. Shangri-La Boy is there with Cellar and Wester Swindon as well. Top Reward quickly zipping through on the rails. And Soberado, Tom Vegas Federalist. Further back to Cule Brennan from Martius and Panova's last of all. Well, they're not getting the favourite an easy lead here. There's still a line of four. Shangri-La Boy with the head in front. 60's the widest of them. 60's continues to roll forward and now gets the spot outside Shangri-La Boy. Wester Swindon parks behind together with Top Reward. Two further back to Cellar Master, then Soberado.
Okay, good, all right.
Today, then Tom Vegas tugging along from Federalist. Cule Brennan, Martius and Panova is the last one. 800 to go. Shangri-La Boy a length on 60s. They're dominant leaders. By 2.5 Wester Swindon, then Top Reward the fence. Two further back to Cellar Master and Soberado just been nudged a bit on the rails. Then came Federalist on the inside of Tom Vegas, Cule Brennan, Panova, and Martius is like, oh, Shangri-La Boy comes around the turn. About a
all right, now go.
60s. There's still a margin on Wester Swindon and Top Reward. 300
go, baby, go, baby, go, baby.
Tested by 60s now. Shangri-La Boy is under the pump.
Go, baby. Go, baby.
Up on the outside. Go. Takes the lead. Soberado making some headway.
All right, you're good. 1, 8.
On the far left stakes and will beat the fast finishing Federal.
185. 13.
Panova making ground.
1-8.
Weekend out, followed by Martins together with Wester.
1-8.
Again, Top Reward, Cule Brennan and Tom Vegas.
1-8.
Tap time horse winning today, 60s. They put up $4 earlier today about this $1.60 favourite.
1-8-5-13.
The Premier 3-year-old on the day again, 60s, having a terrific preparation. This colt by Flying Artie at a Gracie's last. That's his 5th win from 10 starts. So a clear 50% win strike rate. Time is 1:29.70 and 34.51 the last 600 metres. Had to do a bit of work in the early stages. There were a few there just booting through with Shangri-La Boy ultimately leading in the hands of Nash Rawiller. And that time's not overly quick, 1:29.7. That's about 2.
1-8-5-13. No life. 1-8-5-13. So what happened? One. You actually got through. 1-8-5 and 13. So the 2 did not survive. Why the 2 did not survive? What happened to 2? And the 3 also did not survive. Because they were not in a form, but they kicked in. They were not in a form, but they kicked in. If I was neutral, which is there, 5, 13. Okay, we'll go to the next. No scratching. 1746. So this is a group 1. So group 1 is like this, the group 2 only, okay? So the thing is, it's with the class. The thing is, it is with the class. But unfortunately, the class is like that. So there are two things going on at the same time. One is this, that it is a group 1, and 2 is this, that this is a all mare. So this is volatile pro. This is volatile pro plus and ultra max. That's the quant. So the quant is like this. That's the highest promotion given to this horse. And highest promotion as in like that is the highest thing from where it is coming and where it is expected to be. So that's the highest. Which is okay. But the problem is this, that doesn't have a form line. Where the form line is, they are all challenges. They're not supposed to be here. I mean, they cannot, technically, if it is a group 1, they should not be winning. So let me take out the thing from Flemington. Okay. So this is not the one. This is the one. Okay. This is where our hero was. Okay. This is Tentyrus. But Tentyrus did not win. 6 won. Adaman was on 6. And why 6 won? Firstly, Tentyrus was not doing well. Then the match was a forced match, which was there from the second lap, but it did pick up on the second lap, but by the time it is there on the 600-meter marker, it was too late. It was way behind. It did pick up, but it did not work. What happened was 6 actually knocked it out. This was a group 1. We spoke about the 6, that the nearest one which could actually do a harm, that was 6 because of the low pressure. All right. So this is where we had those Flemington races. This is the Flemington. 12, 2 was Tentyrus, favorite. Did not win. I was on Tentyrus. I lost. 6 won. It was like that. Now we'll go back to our sheet. It is the same recipe, what I think it is. Okay. It probably is going to go to a low pressure. Because that will not work. And if we look through the DICR, okay, those are the 5 horses which are the top class. Then it is all challengers. Okay, so the race should be here. Now if the race should be here, then that one is, I mean, it is, how will that work? I don't know. 4 is a very good match. Okay. which is good. And then it is 5. $34. 30, 21. It is 5 up here. 0, 14, 10, 14, 28, talk, 6, 4, 0 is channel, it is up here, 2.52, no. 9 is equally bad with 34 bad match. Yeah, I don't. So here's the thing, generally a 1500 meter is a race, which is a race in itself. But the problem is this, that this becomes difficult to actually figure out where it'll work, because ideally it should be here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is where it should be there. Now if we take that as a pressure line, which is 1, it is good, it is not bad. That's a huge jump. Okay, that's a huge jump. Now that jump is good, but along with the jump, what needs to be there is also a little understanding of the form line, which is missing. It is one of the highest in class. All that is great, good, fantastic, but that's the exact thing that was there with Tentaris, and Tentaris lost. That was a 1200 meter, this is a 1500 meter. The difference is that was 1200 meters straight on Flemington, which has a unique way of playing, and this is a 1500 meter, which is of a different construction. So honestly, I don't know what to do. That 5 probably has a chance, but I will not get into it. And the problem is this, that even if I hope that the one, see, the odds are right. Let me put it this way. The odds are right. Why the odds are right? What are they saying? Okay. So what they are saying is this, that it's a group 1. The race should be here. That is the highest class. That is the highest jump. That is the load that it is carrying. All that is right. The odds are not wrong. But it doesn't have a form line. And if we have to it's like forcing yourself into it. I don't have faith in this. I don't believe this. I don't know if this is like 58. 58. It went here 7 through the load capacity. It is like that. So how that is happening? 58. This is a drop. 58, 58, 1. So that's 1, 0, 0. That's okay. That's the load. All right. So that's the truth. That's the right thing. Okay, that is that. Then it is here, which is probably same class. 3 negative. All of them. For me, it's a pass. I can't do this. There's nothing that I can believe. There's nothing that I can trust. There's nothing that gives me a little confidence that 5 is a hope, maybe. But very slim chances, very slim chances on any of those horses. If it should not go here. Okay, it should not, ideally, technically, for a group 1, it should not go here. But if it has to be here, then what are your options? And how will you judge it? I don't know how to judge like that. That's why I stay out. 1 is the right odd, there is no doubt, but they kind of like that. It is basically not a great. Even the 4 is in a better position, okay? Better than this. 4 is in a better position than 1. Much better. 4 is in a much better position, and 4 is a fantastic match as well. 4 is a fantastic match as well, much better than this. And it drops here on this. That is one way of looking at it. But to talk to that, then the 5 is also there. For me, it's a pass. I will not get into it. It's a bad one. Pass. You 5-year-old male in this. Arman, boom, 3 down, 2 to go. That was the second favorite, I think, which came home. The last race. No, this was 3 was the second. This is 1, 2. Third. Ipswich. They're not showing Ipswich. They're showing Gosford on what I have. They're not showing Ipswich. They're showing Gosford. Gaylord did not win. There was a restaurant by that name in my hometown, Gaylord. It's a restaurant. Very old restaurant. I mean, these races are all blind. These races are all blind. What will happen with those horses? It's only God knows. Ipswich 4619. What will happen with those horses? Only God only knows. Four, 8, 10. 6-0. Four has a very strong chance. Okay, four has a very strong chance, way more than this. The 90, the 96, then it starts rising from there. 97, but it's 100 and 100, 101, 90, 95. That's the highest. Here, then it is all those classless horses. 4 is good, Ataman. The match is fantastic. The match is fantastic, but very difficult. That was 5, 9, 10. EW 3, 2. 3, 5, 5, very good value. He has a bad third up record. I mean, who do you think has a good record in this? What? This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. And on top of that, there's a genius on this horse. There's a match, but there's a genius on this horse. Some races are like this. Even if you, I mean, getting into them is like you're forcing yourself in, which is not necessary. Some races are like this. You can't get into it because they just are blind. Five-year-old mares are lethal. Jimmy, they are lethal. Especially if you put them on 2000 meter plus, they are like, that's the first thing that I look for when there's a race which is like 2000 meters and above. Those are lethal.
Fox, Firestorm moving in, so up they come. Manal getting set. From barrier 2, Manal. Here's Jenny the Fox going forward. Jet Stanley and the Silla Cap with Ole Dancer moving in. Ole Dancer well in the market. The Guy Walter winner, Verona Rose being led forward. Sanso going in the hands of Tim Clark. Winner of 4 races this preparation. Savvy Hully having a great prep. She moves in. And the last 3 now, Melody again, Shahisha and Yu Wang. So 3 out of line. Now Shahisha moves up. Melody again takes up his position. But Yu Wang with the blinkers on, the last to go forward. Yu Wang moving in now. So we're just about right for the Coolmore Classic. Group 1 for the fillies and mares. Stand by for a break. They're set. And racing now. And Savvy Halley began very fast wide out. And Savvy's going to lead initially from Manal. Jenny the Fox being sent forward. And Sanso's right in the thick of the action as well. Arctic Glamour right behind them. Further back to Ole Dancer on the outside of Silla Cap. Then came Melody again, Lazura. Verona Rose, Vivier back on the fence from Yu Wang Shahisha. 2 lengths last of all is Firestorm. Savvy Halley got to the front of the 1,000. A length on Jenny the Fox. Sanso gets a great spot third. Followed by Arctic Glamour, is positioned down on the inside of Manala. Then came Ole Dancer from Silla Cap. Lazura back in the field out wide. Followed by Melody again. Then came Verona Rose, Yu Wang 3 wide. Vivier being shuffled back from Shahisha and Firestorm. So it's Savvy Halley looking to make all in the Coolmore Classic. 600 to go. A length on Jenny the Fox. Sanso leaders back. Then came Manal. Ole Dancer wider out. Arctic Glamour, Silla Cap next. And then came Lazura, who's a long way off them as they turn. Savvy Halley swings in front. Sanso's at a terrific run and is the first to throw down the challenge. Savvy Halley in front of Sanso. Melody against creeping right up the inside and restricted ring. Now Lazura starting to let down wide out. She's coming with a big run at Arctic Glamour through the middle. It's Lazura, Arctic Glamour, Melody again up the inside. Arctic Glamour and Lazura. Lazura won the call.
1-5.
A half length.
1-5.
Put up the third in front of Melody.
1-5.
From Manal and Silla Cap. Savvy Halley was next, followed by Shahisha, Verona Rose, Firestorm, Ole Dancer, Yu Wang, and
Yes, the 5 got there. One five. 1-5-3-10. 1-5-3-10. So 1 5. That was the closest. 1 5 3. Again low. Okay. And then 10. Here. That happened actually. One went through. There's no problem. 1 5 3 10. We'll go to the next. I was out. I was not there. No scratching. 2617. That was the fourth odd that came in. Okay, that was the fourth one. Two, 6, 1, 7. This is a group 2. This is also the same thing. Okay, this is also the same thing. This is like the class will win, should win. 2617, 2617. So you see that is the quant. Okay, the quant is on 1, which is going to come from gate number 11. It's a 7-year-old gilding. That's a little too much to expect. So this is a group 2. So ideally group 2 will play here. Exactly, what happened here is it is supposed to play here. A group 1 is supposed to play here. Okay. Now there was nothing. I stepped out. But why the 5 got through is because it generally plays a high pressure, low pressure. All right. So if that's the high, that's the low. Okay. And it has to be within the class. That's the theory. Whether that theory will work is something that needs to be identified. So that too is good. Why? Because it's a low. Okay. JMac is riding from gate number 1. That is one of the top class. Now, if that's a low, then it will go high. So the high also means this 3. Okay. The high also means 3. But we have to get a little numbers. Like here, when I looked for the numbers, so that was 101, 90, this was 95, this was 94, this was on a pressure line. This was a class lower, but that's that. Okay. If that's a pressure, then that's with a quant. And if that's the pressure, then this is the low pressure. Here, if this is the low, which is the favorite, then it will go high. High going on this is a little difficult because it is a 7-year-old gelding from gate number 11, though that's the highest quant. That thing just won here. Okay. That thing just won here. That's one way of looking at it. But here it was a 4-year-old mare, and here it is a 7-year-old gelding. So there's a huge difference between those two situations. So if that's that, then if that is the low, then we have to look for a high within the class. And the class practically ends here. But if we push it a little, then it goes here. And then we have this high with that match. A little bit of number here and there. Both of them are like 98. And then from here onwards, it is all challenges. So they should ideally not win this. I mean, if that happens, then a group 1 will not be a group 1. And in what circumstances that may happen? That may happen because it is horse racing. But generally, it doesn't happen. It is always with, why they are called group 1, it is a hint that you take from the notes. They're calling it a group 1. That means the challenges are not going to win. If it is a group 3, then the class horses are not going to win. If it is an open, do not get into it. But here, if it is group 2, it should be within the class. So the class practically ends here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. If that's the low, then it got to go on a high. If that's a low, which is good, written by JMac, then it's got to go on a high. So the high is either here. This is a low. Okay, so that will not work. If this is a low, this is probably a bad idea. this is a high. Here the high is high of a class good, but here the high becomes more stable. So that 5 is a check. Again, here the 5 was a check. So that 5 is a check. Now if that's that, then what happened here? What is the result? 1 5 3 10. 1 5, then it rose. Obviously it will drop. It will not rise from here. Potentially it will drop, but drop where? 7. Maybe, I don't know where will it drop, because it might drop here, it might drop here, anywhere it can drop. So, but they're not in a shape to take a call. Okay, so now whether 2 will win or not, ideally it should. Why? Because the 7, I mean the 1 is a 7-year-old gelding. It is from gate number 11. 1500 meter for a 7-year-old gelding is very difficult. It is not a 4-year-old mare. Okay, it is not a 4-year-old mare. So that's not the same thing. They are not the same animal. A 2 is the right odd if that's a low pressure. Okay, that's the class. Now it will go high. It'll go high. It'll go where high is a question. My assumption is it is going to be high here, because that's the last line of class. Okay, here this was the last line of class, and that was some numbers that we could see. Here it is like that. This is the last line of class, and this is where the pressure builds. So this probably is here. After that, where will it go? Only God knows, because they don't have number. I don't believe them also, because they don't have numbers. But technically speaking, they are right about 2, because it's a class race. It's a group 2. It should go to the class. That should happen. J-Mac has been riding this horse like nobody's business. He knows this horse in and out. And if it is a low, then it'll probably rise, and it'll rise here within a class, and then it can go anywhere. Then God knows. Then God knows where will it go. But that's a chance that this might work because of what this horse is. This is a bad idea. 7-year-old gelding, gate number 11, then it is here. Doesn't have a form line, but that's what it looks like. Then if it has to go, very strong chance here to 7 is in between. Okay, 5 2. That's a strong chance, but those are challenges. I don't know whether that'll happen or it'll bounce back up here. So those are possibilities that I don't know. Bottom line is 2 is the right odd. 2 should win. From gate number 1, there should not be a problem with J-Mac. Here it was J-Mac only. J-Mac is on fire. J-Mac is on fire, bro. Is 2, 5, 2, 5, 9, 7, ideally 2, 5, 7, 2, 5, 7, no. 8 here. 2, 5, 7, 8. And they are all like that. So 2, 5, 7 rises 8. 6 goes out of window. 2, 5, 7, 8. I think 2, 5. Data 2, 5, 7, 8. 2, 5, 7, 8. Eight, 3, 6, 8, 9, my turn. Atoman is also on fire. What is he doing? Atoman is constantly throwing my number. Boom. You should. Adaman, don't be greedy. You should. No problem, Jimmy. It's always a pleasure to have you here, bro. So WhatsApp group. Let me check. Bro, cash out. Out, man. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. Caulfield, yes. I had a choice of doing Caulfield and this one, but I thought it is a better pocket size today here, and we have not raced Rosehill for a very long time, so I thought maybe we should go Rosehill. But Rosehill played okay today. It is like not bad. It's okay. It's given 4 favorites. That is what it does. So no more favorites. That puts that thing into problem. Rosehill is, Jimmy, Rosehill is a very standard place, but the problem is we have never been able to race here with the complete card. Every time it either rained or they called off the races or they cancelled or they did something or the else. Every time. Today probably is the first time that we have reached about 9 races, still want to go. But it's a very standard track. It's a beautiful shape. The shape is fantastic. The straight is 400. So everything is standard. It is not a place where anything is abnormal. It is not like, you have a Sandown straight like 500 meters. No, it is not like that. It is not like Flemington where you have a straight which has got no rhyme or rhythm, no logic. It's a very standard place, like Doomben. Doomben is also very good. But today is the first time we raced here without rains and they did not cancel it, which is nice. Yes, it is. It is good. It is a good place. It is a good place. It is a good place. I mean, this is very. It's like what I think. Rosehill is very very relaxed place. It's not like Flemington. It is not like Randwick. It's a very relaxed place. Arman Caulfield last race. Where are they showing Caulfield? I don't know. They're showing upcoming 10 minutes. Rosehill, race number 9. So what? Yes. Every time it rained. Every Rosehill race you will find in this channel, where something wrong happened. Something was not right. Yes, good idea, Roman. Yeah, see, that is. Men will be men. You cannot change them, can you? Yeah, it is always very hard. It is always very hard, Adam, man. Stay disciplined, bro. You've had your day. That's a fabulous thing that you've done today. Take it out. Go buy your mother something nice or your girlfriend something nice. You've done fabulous today, Adam, man. Don't have to push it. Look at him. He's becoming like PC. PC tells me the other day, I am going to be on this horse. Why? Because he's wagging his tail. Asked PC. PC exactly told me the same thing. I think that was a Flemington. PC said, I'm going to be on this one. Why? Because it is wagging its tail. Yeah, now.
Good stable. So we're going to trust the market. The market says he's going to be very, very hard to beat.
Continues to come from off the parade and see why. I didn't see him in the inning, I wasn't in the yard that day. What an impressive, lovely big animal. Looks great, really cannot find any negatives about him.
Crystal clear. B-knock for Annabelle and Rob.
Yeah, I still want to stay confident about him. I think he's here to run well. Like his two trials, he's underrated. He fits in light. Good draw, good map.
Falling off.
Lewis, welcome back, Lewis. Surviving, Lewis, surviving. And by the way, stretch is gym.
With that lightweight here off a good first up win, and the best of the rest is militarised. I don't completely ban him here. He's probably out to his right price now. 8, 7, 6 and 2. Tim.
We'll start with the market mover, and it's probably, well, it is the biggest move that we have seen at Rosehill today. $11 I assessed him on Wednesday. I got that completely wrong. There had been money for him before today. Actually opened up after scratching this morning as a $6 chance, and not long after that we get $7. We made $7 at 9 a.m. He was still sitting there as a $5.50 chance before they entered the mounting yard. And in the last 20 minutes, $5.50 into $3.60. So all up, $11 into $3.60. Market moves don't come any bigger than this. And Judo up from Melbourne. And Globe is now your second pick at $5, or equal second pick there with Militarise. He's a touch easy as well, Globe. He's just out from his $4.60 opening quote. Now we'll get to the top lay of the day, and it's a little bit embarrassing having a lay of the day sitting there as the equal second pick. But this morning, when we were doing the lays, he was a $3 chance. Militarise, I thought he was the horse most under the odds on the program. He hasn't won in nearly 3 years. He's won from 17 on good tracks. I thought he was poison odds, so we made him the lay of the day. We've got him all the way out there. We're top price in the market, $5 on a 480 and over. So if you want to back Militarise, the price is there. We'd love to get out of you. On the next line of betting there is Crystal Clear, who's seen some good support. He's been well back since this morning. We laid 8.50 at 9 a.m. He got into a short of 6, then back out to 7.50, and there's another wave of support for him. So Ronnie's on top selection, now into $5.50, and he's the best back runner here outside of Enjudo. He might even start second favourite here, Crystal Clear. He is well supported. And Lord Newman also put up favourite on Wednesday. Punters do not want a bar of him. He has been $3.50 all the way out to
Gate 138.
$6. Bill Becker's got a couple here with Buster and Sandpaper off breaks. The market says they're going to repeat the run. But it has been a little bit of stepping forward.
PC 5 and 6 twins.
He's into $15. So he's a bit of a trip late. We'll go forward and make his own luck. But the betting, it is all about Enzudo. $11 Wednesday, $6 this morning. Your
8 and 6 twins.
60 favourite. Best back or biggest firmer of the day. Militarise. Your second pick, the Tabla Combination, lay of the day, $5.
The winner exempt from ballot and penalty into the Doncaster. But on a glance, Globe, Militarise, Robusto, Sandpaper probably in the field. Judo would have to win, and so would the ones around him. Crystal Clearwater, Turner Portland. They wanted to get in. Here's Darren. By they're off and racing, and Militarise had jumped out pretty well off the inside. Globe was one of the last out. Sandpaper won the start from Crystal Clear, then Campbell laid on. Militarise is going to hold a forward spot inside the Rosedale. Globe is starting to muster out very wide from Thunder Lynch, further back to Portland. Then came the heavily backed Enjudo, and the last two in the early stages were a turtle. They're down on the inside of Lord Penman. So Globe
This long run to the first corner, and Glade been able to go from nearly last out of the gates and take it to the front by Berry. Out by 2 lengths on Sandpaper, and Molado goes to a clear third in front of Crystal Clear, then Robustale. Thunderlips out on a limb, and Militarise is drifting back a bit on the inside, followed by Portland, then Intuno from Lord Penman. War Eternal, last of all, 10 off the lead. Globe in front, first up today, by a length on Sandpaper at the 600. Then Crystal Clear from Molado. Militarise starting to creep closer down the inside. Robusto, Thunderlips out deep. Further back to Intuno's.
Right, run, baby. Run, baby.
Further back to Robusto, and Intuno coming off hills a fair way from them. Plenty with a chance now. Crystal Clear went up on the inside of Sandpaper. Robusto starting to lengthen.
Shit.
Robusto. Crystal Clear the inside.
That was a bad move.
Just got there from Robusto.
8.
Lord Penman, War Eternal.
8.
Crystal Clear, number 8, Wraith Knock in the saddle for Annabelle and Rob Archibald taking the rails run. Robusto coming with a big run down the outside, launching an attack late. They've run the time of 1:29.62. 34.62 is the...
And the 5 was doing good. The 3 kind of... Look at what the 3 did.
Boxing on, Robusto launching a good run down the outside, but under the really lightweight Crystal Clear. Crystal Clear has just won it.
8-3. Lewis. I don't know what are the numbers. 8-3 and what? 8. 3. Buck. Hmm. Eight, 3, 7, and 4. Did not work. The 5 lost it, man. Anyway, we'll go to the last one. Huge scratching. 1, 4, 7, 8, 10, 13, 16 and 17 all scratched. 11, 14, 12, and 2. It's wrong. Okay, so it's a benchmark 88, and a benchmark 88 is a normal racing, so anybody can come from anywhere. But here is the thing. So 11 is the favorite, which is probably the right thing. It doesn't match, okay? But where it matches, those things are difficult to believe. like the 14, okay? The 14 is going to run neutral. It is not of the highest class. So neutral winning with a low pressure is difficult. 12 is going to come from gate number 15 on a 1400 meter. That makes it very difficult for 12. So plus it is a higher class than this one. So 11 is okay. It drops here. Then where it actually goes here, but that is a neutral. I don't know whether that'll work. And the perfect match, what we have is on 18, which is a challenger. Problem is this, that there's a this is a contradiction. 18 is a contradiction, okay? 18 is a contradiction. Why? Because one way it is a perfect match, here it is a perfect match, but for this, which is an 1800 outer drift, so generally how it works, it is. So let's first figure out whether they are in a position to do. 11, 5, 3, 11. And they're not in a form, so there's no point talking about them. So 18 is strong, but it doesn't match here. It needed to be below 20 to be in a comfortable zone. It needed to be below 15 actually. It is at 32, which is bad, which is not something that I can rely on. So though it is a perfect match, it's a challenger, it's a volatile horse, so that probably is one of the things which is not right. And then it is here 11, 16 will not work, this will not work, that God knows how will, but probably 11, but I'm not going to get into it. This, I mean, I was in this one, the 5 kind of lost like a fool. And I mean, I did not want it to win. Winning was never the idea, but it could have gotten a place which it did not. If you look at the races, then that was funny because of the 3 that Moron could not move. But yeah, I think it is here. The 11 is the right odd. What else can happen? It is 10, 40, this is 45, this is still on the higher end, the 6. This is 6, 3, 26, 25, bad match, will not work. There is still a better match. Then it is here. That's a neutral. A neutral cannot win, but can come second, yes. So that is that. And then if it drops here, then it needs to rise. That's where this genius can come in. 18. Not in a position to win. 18 is not in a position to win, but maybe an EW. I won't get into it. Why I will not get into it is because I need a little stronger numbers than those. Okay, those are not the right match. And when I'm looking at something else, I'm not finding anything that can actually be a substitute of this 11. And I do not like the 11 because the match is not great. It is a force match. If we want to match it, yes, it is a force match, but it is a 1400 meter. The first lap looks difficult. The second lap is good, which means it should come from the back. Coming from the back, J-Mac is fantastic, but things can go wrong. things can go wrong on timing, things can go wrong on the horse, things can go wrong on the age of the horse, things can go wrong in multiple places. This is where I went wrong with Tentyrus the other day. I thought the second lap will pull it up, even if the first one was looking hard. I thought Tentyrus actually did that on the previous day. It was running last, and I almost lost hope. And I said, Tentyrus has given up. Arroman said, Mick said that Tentyrus gave up, but it looked like that. What can I say? But then it stormed in, and it stormed in with the numbers. So there was nothing wrong with Tentyrus, and that was the confidence that I had on Tentyrus, that even if the first lap looks like a little difficult, the second one is going to build it up and it'll go through. But that did not happen. Since then, I'm a little nervous on that, and I'm not going to get into it. If we have to rank this, how do we rank this? 11, 14, obviously. Then 18. Oh, these are all very wide. 13, 14, 18, this is there. 11. How will that work? I don't know. That's like that. 57, 15. First lap. 4. 18. 11. 14. 18. Okay. Caulfield.
And Ray Kogi, she's bulletproof, is up there on the premises too, as Jigsaw's going to sweep across the face of the field. Led Ray Kogi, she's bulletproof, and Corniche in a line. Then the next line of horses, Indola deeper around Perilous Fighter and also Jack Ivy. So it's Jigsaw the leader, not committing towards the inside rail, staying away from it as they reach the 700 metres by a length and a half. She's bulletproof underneath of Ray Kogi. A length and a quarter Corniche, then Indola, Perilous Fighter, and last of all is Jack Ivy. Coming up towards the turn, 500 metres to go. It's the final favourite, Jigsaw the leader by a length and a half. Raikoki second. She's bulletproof with the trail. Then Endola, who's starting to improve. Further back is Corniche, niggled at from Jack Ivy and Perilous Fighter. Into the straight, 300 metres to go. Jigsaw looking for the better ground, leading by a length and a half to She's bulletproof, who's trying hard. Then Endola and Raikoki, but it's
that is not happening today.
The final favourite is over 2 lengths in front, and Jigsaw,
One.
the last start Group 1 winner, and another good prize here. Won well from She's Bulletproof, Endola, then Perilous Fighter, Raikoki, Corniche, and Jack Ivy. He's done it.
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. 29K lost by a nose. That is, Adam man, you know what you've done. Come on, man. Three on March. 2 7 proper. I won't get into it. Pass. Break. 2. 18. PC is on 18. Yeah, it's good, PC. It's good. It's just that 18 is a match. It's a fantastic match. Okay. From gate number 1. Fabulous. But it's a little dicey here. If that is not a problem today, then, and you can see that on RaceNet, the thing came in first on the first race, then the second one was bad, third one again it came in first, then came in fourth, then came in eighth, then was bad, then again fourth, sixth, and then came in first. So it's a volatile horse, that's what it is. That becomes a little problem here. That with that is a problem. But look at the match. Fantastic match. Have a great day, Adam man. Hey. Staying 212, please. 2 and 12. 12 is from gate number 15, bro. Two is okay. Two is okay. That. That was 18. 18 is a 18 can topple things off. 18 can get toppled off. Both things are possible. Both of those things are possible. 8 can put the entire race upside down. And 8 can go upside down. Cliffy, 236 2. That's the highest class. Is it possible? Possible. Possible. Very much possible. Still lower than this. Still, it is 15. It's not a. Those are the things. So, and this one is a neutral. So, Cliff, thank you. Thank you for being here, my friend Cliffy, Lewis, everybody. We kind of enjoy racing, so whenever you come up with a number, I like to check what's going on. It's queen with 2.
Doesn't look like it's been a very good day today.
No, it hasn't been a great day. I'm hoping for a split in the last year because we've got two very heavily backed runners. I put them up both at $6 on Wednesday. They're now sit as $2.90 and $3.10 chances. Captain Fury has just firmed up a little bit further, and we're holding 1.5 times as much on him as we are on Modella. So he'll be the market mover. $6 Wednesday, $3.50 this morning into that $2.90.
That's okay, Cliffy. I think
Also, we go $6 Wednesday, $3.80 to.
that's okay. I think, you know,
$7.50.
we all are here just to have some little fun.
Perfumer 6 after 11. Market says it'll need to run. Well, there has been a bit of specking for Eye of the Fire. He trims up a bit today, 16 into 12. He's best back to Logger odds, but it's all about these top two embedding. Captain Fury just slightly better backed than Modella, but both big goes. It's been a favourite stay today. We're hoping the is on the line. And here is Darren Flindell.
They're loaded now, racing.
Racing down the last and Glitter Silver jump well together with Eye of the Fire there. Perfumous having a look for the lead as well. Captain Fury away well goes into fourth. Elson Boy beaten for speed. Then came Arethia from Modella. Southern Hills in the second half of the field from Bandage Boy and Altop last the ball. Glitter Silver shows the way and Perfumous worked its way to the spot outside the leader. Eye of the Fire goes to third. Captain Fury fourth. Then Elson Boy, Sovereign Hills had no luck, planted wide. Further back to Embrikia from Modella. So the heavily backed Modella is third. Last Bandage Boy out off the fence, the last two. Glitter Silver holds the front by a half on Perfumous.
Yeah.
Captain Fury well positioned. Then Sovereign Hill around Elson Boy. Embrikia, Modella. Then Canal Trough and Bandage Boy. Thunder into the corner in the last at Rosehill. Glitter Silver half in front to Perfumous. Captain Fury travelling around.
Perfumous. Run.
Modella's getting right to the outside, starting around. Perfumous moved up. Captain Fury gets the gap now, and Modella.
What is that?
It's Modella moving up to Captain Fury, then Camarilla. Bandage Boy running over.
4.
Modella gets the upper hand inside the 50. This is better. Keep going.
14. Yeah. Is that 14?
From Bandage Boy. Get back to our top. Further back to Sovereign Hill.
4 or 14?
With Elson Boy, Glitter Silver, and Perfumous weakened out to finish near last. Well,
14.
Go this, Modella. Zach Lloyd teaming up with Lee and Sharik Curtis.
14.
They've got the chocolates big time here. Crashing down to about 320 fixed odds at the end. Second up
14.
today, Modella charging to the front and winning with authority in the time of 1.
It's all the right form. It's the right setup. 10 Civvy Street.
14, 18, 11.
The issue at the moment with Civvy Street is he's showing absolutely no early technical speed. So it doesn't matter
Beautiful.
where he's going in the line. He's finding himself straight out the back. And in these West Speed Platinum races, which tend to have acceptance, he's back in a lot of traffic from start to finish. The 11 is Tonic. Paul Jordan looking for the second leg of a double, as is Lisa Staples. And they're going along well, and this mare's been very consistent, but ultimately she is a Class 1 galloper. She won her one and only race first up in this field.
14, 18, and 11. 14, 18, and 11. What happened? We'll check. So 14 with the low pressure. 18 came in with the high pressure. And then came 11 because of the match. That was a good match. That was a neutral. 18 was, so that was low. This was high. And then somehow this one managed. The match is not good. The match was here, but somehow. These are the problems. I mean, I don't know when the neutral will get in. I seriously don't know. And whenever the neutral is there, I'm out. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 10 races today here at Rosehill today. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday. It's going to be a midweek. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat and try to solve the puzzles here. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere around the world. Thank you so much for being there. It's a great honor, and I think I'm very blessed to have all of you around me. I also want to thank people who are going to be watching this after the as a replay. Thank you for doing that. And I want to thank Cliffy. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adaman, thank you so much. I'm going to call you. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen.